Yeah, they really tripping today. Yeah.
Oh, it started at 5 or something?
No, it's supposed to start at 4:30. Yep, 4:30,
Oh,
4:30.
okay.
4:45, my bad,
Okay, yeah,
4:45.
mine was 4:45.
Yeah, 4:45.
Yeah, Mickey, they put on my face until Mickey turned on his attention.
Hey, I didn't know. I got it now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we back, family. My bad.
What the hell?
No, probably because he finna make some clips out of the first live. Cause he got to edit. Cause I had both press conferences, Tanya's and Winter's outside. Then I'm just coming up here to do city council. Hey, no problem, no problem. Thank y'all for bearing with us. Thank y'all for bearing with us, bearing with us. Thank y'all for bearing with us.
That's all it is, 45 chairs? In the whole,
45
in the
children.
whole thing? On both sides, both sides.
Oh, okay. They said ain't gonna be nothing but 90 up in there today.
That's okay, we can break our tent.
Fact. What up, how you doing, Sister Renee Jackson? Simple Sammy 3, y'all know that's my girl Sarah P. Yo, common sense with a dude. Aluna Calloway Lanks. I got my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I wasn't gonna hear nothing. What it do? Turn this off now?
We just did.
I just turned it off. Yeah, I just turned it back on. I did. This the new line. Yep, I just cut it off. Yep. I did it already. Yep. All right, thank you. Shawty Shire, what it do? Sally Belly, Philly for life, Mama Quill. Ain't they Mama Quill? These gang bangers is ready to work. Nah, Sarah P, thank y'all for tapping in. Smash that like button.
I need to wash my hair.
Me too. I gotta go get a haircut. I gotta go get me and my
My
boys a
bad, I was
haircut.
talking to you. I was listening.
Oh, no problem, Sister Renee. When she come up here. Kevin Earls, what it do? Now I was talking to the chat.
I stopped by and get it. I stopped by and get it. Because I cut that boy up.
No, call one to tell her come up here if I can run to the store. She can man the camera. I'm gonna walk to the gas station because I got a hell of a good parking spot. I will not get that up.
I parked in the handicap.
Nah, huh?
I parked in the handicap.
They shouldn't say nothing.
I'm upstairs and Mickey said, get up here, you can get the car. And we had the camera.
I did it. I did all that. Fella, she late. Got the camera together. She trying to run my business. Okay, he putting them on the video and stuff. Trev, I keep telling you, that's part of that's the other half for the dynamic duo. Even though I'm like 20% and he's 75%. My bad. We trying to make this thing work. That's how me and Trevor working right now. We competing with M Live, 25, Fox 66, Mid Michigan, Fox. The Fox News, the big one, and CNN. Y'all know all of them. Facts. Right, Trevor. I was there and then not at that press conference. Yeah, we back popping. I'll show y'all, man. I'm gonna show y'all. People starting to. There's still more people outside with winters and stuff. Let me tell you. I'm glad I got her on the contract. Shoot. Yeah, Sister Talib in the building. And y'all stay tuned. Sister Talib coming on. I got someone working with somebody from the DMV that y'all been used to. Y'all gonna see again. Y'all just stay tuned. Like I got things working up. And I got a sports show that I'm working on. I gotta holler at the young brothers and stuff. You know, we gonna work some details out. We gonna figure it out. Cause 810 is expanding. YJ717. Oh, you know we in the building. I got the people up in here working. When y'all see my sister Talib in the building, when y'all see, y'all gonna love her intro. Okay, let me go over and holler at JWC real quick. I'm back now. Y'all know I had to go holler at JWC. I'm on my apology tour and fixing it together tour down in Compton. Y'all see me and Tanya was chopping it up in Dennis. I'm on my we sticking together tour. We gotta get this mayor out, then we can all go back to beefing. Oh, beginners out. Hey, thank you, beloved. Thank you. Thank y'all for the growth. If it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be nowhere. And some of the craziest stuff the winters do, but it's all good. Because like she said, she do it for herself in 18. But I ain't benefited from it yet. Nah, Cash, well, you know I'm talking, Jeff. It's better to be cool. It's better to be, we doing better sticking together. Shit, let the mayor don't fall out with each other. Shit, I'm sick of beefing with everybody I was cool with. It's tiresome, I'm telling you. Then plus, then I had to hear from Trevor. Trevor don't really like just going back and forth. Y'all just don't be knowing. Trevor be, what's up, Avis Hopkins in the building? Trevor be like, Mick, I'm tired. Y'all just don't know. Trevor be one of the main ones. He's sick of it. I be having to understand, because I hate when I have to call him up like, yep, we into it with this person, and you should hear him. You should hear Trevor. I'll be like, man, I got to call him up, and because, he cut straight to the chase. I'll be like, boy, but he said, man, listen, we leaving all that alone. Oh, sister, them was the good ones that dropped today, but ain't nothing wrong with that. I did and dropped the tear on my way, like, I got to go down here and get out. That's how frustrated I was. I was like, God, man. Oh, they're playing games. Let me get y'all on the people.
The second one for the committees. Again, 2 separate speaker slips. One for special city, one for the committees.
Yeah, because it's 2 meetings today. But let me get back to it. Yeah, y'all should have seen me, Sister Renee. I was about to drop a tear. And I had to go down there. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Lenita Murray, good morning. See what Trevor said? It's a waste of our time to throw hooks every day. I'll get them. I want to just put the content out there. Do what we do. Davina says 2 of them can do her job. Y'all smash that like button like my sister Renee Jackson and Miss D gonna tell y'all. Smash the like button. I like the lady earlier at Tanya press conference. Why did the news ain't talk about that? It was the doors was locked. I wanted to say, what the hell, you don't watch 810, but I left it alone. I'm like, we reported on it. I said it before we got off here. Said the doors was locked. They was breaking the Open Meetings Act. How you doing? I can't complain.
I know they paid for
telling you, Trevor, y'all don't be knowing Trevor be the one like, I don't know how many cups Trevor probably broke when I call him. The F-bombs be flying left and right. Are you serious? I'm like, and I'll be like, I don't even feel like calling Trevor with it. But I'll be like, let me go and get the argument out with him. When he throw his and I can call Winters and I'll be, and you know me and her, I just be, it be the weekend, I'll be like, let her just chill. And I get with her, because usually she call me like Sunday night trying to check my temperature. I'll be taking a phone call because I'll be trying to check her temperature. And then me and Trevor be talking when we get to work. And I'll be like, I think she done calmed down. She done came back to earth. And then we be all back together. But she can flip off at any moment. It's like this weather here. You don't know. You just don't know. You just don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Yeah, I can believe it, Trevor. Unc in the plane. What's up, Unc?
Oh, real, man.
What's up?
We got to be up in the place.
Hold up. Speak to the A10 people. What y'all got going over
Y'all
there?
got
We the Ones podcast.
Hey, look, we on 10 o'clock. I've been on vacation. I had to get it together.
You tell them again. We trying to
Mickey, I'm trying to go to Mickey class. That boy up the crack of dawn. But we love y'all, and y'all, you got to show up. You got to fight the powers that be. You know what I'm saying? We got to fight the powers that be. You know what I'm saying? We can't play with this thing because they ain't playing with us.
For sure. You speaking today?
Yes,
You
sir.
got to sign both. What's
I did.
Oh, you did?
I had to put a furnace in, but the city didn't pay
You
for
ain't
it.
put no damn furnace in dressed like that.
No, you had to go buy it and put it in.
Oh, you put it in tomorrow. I
But
got to see
the
that.
city said he's doing it.
So the city
I can't tell. We still looking for the 700 seats. The Bays had. What the hell?
They was taking. I'm glad I got it on camera.
Man, look.
Because they was taking all the seats out.
Then they chopped the seats down.
Hey, Clive Banks, thank you for the $5 super chat. And whoever else with the other $5 I was back here running my mouth. Free Daddy, what's up, beloved?
And you know what? You know what we got to do? Remember Mary's went up there and sit right there? We gonna have to do that.
And the other $5, I can't see who it is because y'all all over. Oh, Deborah Luna, beautiful Deborah Luna. Thank you. Oh, here we go.
That part.
Today, oh, it's so good. I made some.
Mr. President, Mr. Piper, Mr. Garrett. We have 5 members present. We have 5 members present.
Jonathan, corner.
The special city council meeting was called by council president Liddell, cited person Judy Priestley, for the following purposes. Consider any unfinished business for Monday, June 2nd, special city council meeting. Ms. Priestley, would you please take some
You should clean up.
Great.
Clean up the break. Hey, one is I gotta get up. Hey.
Thank you. It is now time for the
Great.
Who you get? Mickey?
Who got the break?
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor. Thank you so much. I want to remind all council members, if we could please speak directly to our mics. Councilman in the 9th Ward, would you lead us in prayer blessing, please?
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom
now time for the reading of the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint city code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest or misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to speak during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. I'm sorry, go ahead. What's your point?
Mobile devices shall be set
What's your
aside.
point?
Point of order.
No.
Madam Chair, I am.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I am.
I'm sorry, I do need to, Ms. Winfrey Carter did have another point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair. She cannot just stop you in the middle of what you're doing. So, rule.
I understand, thank you both. With that, you are correct, so as the chair, let me bring to everyone's attention, Rule 29.8. Any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Council Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Now on to public comment. First, public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, before I speak, the timer, we're having issues with the timer.
Yes.
All right. We'll keep it on.
Okay, is it possible to maybe put your phone where we can hear it if it goes off?
It's gonna be on the laptop, so I'm sure it'll.
All right, thank you so much. First public speaker.
First speaker is Ariana.
I'm sorry. Well, to the public, what you seen last week happened up in here, that was exactly what happened when that man graduated in 1971 in Southwestern High School, right down the street, over yonder, over Washington Creek. The football coming in my high school, and I was standing by the trophy thing, ready, and they come in, like they come in, and then 16-year-old, he's about 17, 18, 16. This little 16-year-old kid picked up an officer and body slammed him right beside of me. And the dude was standing right, he said, stop him. I looked at, I said, just like you see what happened. I was just standing there. I want you to know when I went to my black club meeting, the next day, everybody was in there, sitting in there, coming in and said, Mitchell, where I went at? What happened? And I didn't say nothing. Like they say, silent is you were twerking with this stuff. Then they got so mad because I didn't say that because you got the last thing. That's what happened. Then
Mr. Mitchell,
what?
I'm calling you to order for being vulgar. Please refrain from cursing. Continue.
Not a good person.
There we go.
First of all, why we can't see his time?
Those who come with homes, white folks, that's 10 rollers right in the ass, gonna get dealt with.
Mr. Mitchell, in accordance to Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity or speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order
Was the audience given a list of words that they
That is an improper point of order. Any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether or not he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Mr. Mitchell, that is your time. Thank you. That is really fine. you please start the 1 minute timer? Mr. Mitchell, please have a seat as we determine. I'm sorry, you're correct. Please have a seat as we determine whether or not you will continue speaking. I also want to remind residents that no one should be standing in the aisleways or on the side or on any window sills. Everyone should be in a seat.
Police too?
They took the chairs so they can say can't nobody be standing.
Where we gonna sit at? They done took all the seats. Yeah, look up front. They done took all the seats and roped themselves off.
And if you standing here, they're gonna say you blocking somebody. So they did that so they could put people off.
This is crazy. Now the administration even up there behind the ropes now.
Officers, residents should not be standing against the windows or doors should they be.
Where we gonna sit at?
You're trying to get shit started. Remain peaceful, people. You see what they're trying to do.
She's trying to incite a riot.
That's exactly right. That's sedition.
I'm sorry, without a problem.
We're trying to keep the peace, and I'm trying to help you guys.
All right, thank you. All right, is there support for Mr. Pfeiffer? Is there support for Mr. Pfeiffer's motion?
Yes,
Excuse me, is there support for Mr. Pfeiffer's appeal?
yes, it is.
Thank you. Go ahead and give Mr. Pfeiffer his 1 minute. Mr. Pfeiffer, you may begin.
So the chair is obviously trying to blow up this meeting, because the last meeting, there was no hearing, to the 9th degree, and nobody got one for that.
Exactly.
They want to enforce rules when it's important to them, and they don't when it's not. At no point, as the audience or in the rules, is there a list of vulgar words that this body has voted on that they deem vulgar. Ass is in the Bible. Ass is, how is ass vulgar? It's not. And that's the word that that's the word that Mr. Barnell is stating. So his rights are being taken away for saying a word that's in the Bible. So this is the tyrancy that we're dealing with in this council, and they want to blow up today's meeting so that they can go against again, saying that we don't approve the budget, or anything else, and then they want to cause chaos. That's what
Sir, that is your time. Thank you. Sir?
They're back.
All right, let me know when my minute begins. And also, we can't hear the timer, Madam Secretary.
The timer don't work. It don't work.
All right, thank you. According to Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or speaking in excess of allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Rule 29.9, any person who's called to order shall yield the floor until the chair, which would be me on this evening, shall have determined, which I did, whether he or she is in order. He was out of order. If a person is determined to be out of order, which he was, that person must give the floor, which he did, and forfeit any remaining time. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yes, overturns the ruling of the chair. No, upholds the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Ali, not in. Dr. Lewis,
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Is not in. Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
We have 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Sir, that is your first warning. You are being vulgar. You are being called to order. You are also yelling out, which is disorderly. You are being called to order. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Alderman Muhammad.
Working clock, so that way we can see and calculate our time. So I'm gonna be as quick as I can. Last week, we established that Adele Lewis do not like black folks, because she upholds the whites She sent the police on the black folks. She didn't send them on the white folks in here. So we've already established that. We also established that she do not like Muslims. We know she upholds and stands firm with her pastor, who also do not like Muslims because he denied children that was in his summer program one year. He denied them to be free after request of the family members. Yes, I'm talking about her pastor. We already know and established that Liddell Lewis cussed out Pastor Kevin Thompson in the library parking lot, which was overheard by the security, the staff, and parents and their children, in which the parents said they did not feel like their children were safe at the library because of her conduct. Not one time, but she had done it also another time. She has a habit of trying to bully folks and think that she can take over what it is she wants to. That insurrection that happened here on Monday was an insurrection from the Flint City Police Department. Not an insurrection from the Flint City Police Department. That insurrection of the Lewis, Julie Priestley, and Candace Moonshot. They are the ones who called that to order. They never sure. Like they got their people standing around the perimeter now. And it's not against the law to stand up in here. That's the reason why you got that partition up there. They can go all the way up to that partition and talk. You all illegally move chairs out of here. That is not the way it's supposed to be done. And you took that instruction because you reconstructed this to try to push the crowd back, denying ample seats in this audience the way it should be. And whoever is standing up for any of this puppy talk that these folks up here doing, the stuff that the police department is doing, you all should be, y'all gonna go straight to hell. That ain't a cuss word. You all gonna get all the right word. Every nobody's baby. God is gonna be the head on this. This don't even make no sense. Y'all sit here and play on the emotions of a few people who trying to get a few dollars from y'all. Those people they looking for money and y'all holding them hostage. Surely needed to be shamed trying to hold the staff here in Flint City Hall hostage, talking about they gonna do some cuts and they gonna lay folks off to try to put them to put pressure on y'all. Y'all supposed to stand fast because in any household you never make $50,000 and have a budget of $75,000. That's ridiculous. He wants you all to pass a budget that you ain't even got money. Thank you.
Okay. Valerie Sarkoff, I'm a resident of the city of Flint. As I said before, I need you all to go line by line on this budget. If you do not understand anything that's in this budget, vote it down. I want you to please, resolution 250-160-T, split every single part of that out. I'm also requesting that as far as the mayor's $1.6 million that he wants for his office, cut at least $1.2 million out. 64 was not going to 68. He did not present you all with a balanced budget. And we really need you to stand up for us. He acts like he's a magician. Basically, he's got people over here being all upset over here, but something is really going on over here. So what I need you to do is when you're looking at the budget, look for words like might, may, however, so that anything happens, so if you didn't do one little thing, we don't get stuck with another $29.5 million. Please let us go ahead and try to get a loan. And the loan is supposed to be paid back by grants that we may or may not get. We do not want to go back under a emergency manager. So that's what I said. So don't let, I know Liddell has her PhD in sociology. Basically that means she messed with people's minds. But balance.
Junkers over there. I mean, Junkers over there.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stanley Wood.
All right, Stanley.
All right, where to start? So I told you guys on Monday, I've been a long time viewer watching this. Monday was my first time coming here. And all I can say is it was a shit.
Sir, you're being called for being vulgar. Please use other words.
It was a
Freedom of speech.
show. It was clear on Monday, the mayor instructed you guys not to remove people, you guys to try to approve this unbalanced budget. Because everybody said, you got 64 million, 68 million, you're 4 million short. That's simple, man. I'm not sure some of you guys can get that concept, but, Judy, or I'm sorry, Councilwoman 4-4. 5 minutes before the melee broke out, you and the city attorney went out there. That's what it said. I took some words from Mr. Mays who said, look at the tape. So I spent 2 days looking at the tape. I spent 2 days where I don't see how they're going to charge people when it's the 2 police officers that I know for a fact, they either punch or show somebody.
Yes.
So, Liddell, or Councilwoman in the second ward, this safety plan that you speak of, where do we get a copy of that so we can see what we're supposed to do and not supposed to do? Number one. Number two, was it even voted on by the council? Or is this something that some people made up and now we're gonna follow it? And then today I walked in from the news conference that the 2 council people had, and the first thing I noticed is there's probably 40 or 50 chairs missing. There's borders all the way across, which is fine. It's giving us a bigger mosh pit, I guess. I don't know. But you guys are trying to distance the residents more and more and more. My next question is, when are you going to start requiring us to show our ID in order to see?
It's coming.
Is that going to happen? Or in order to get through the door? And the last thing I got to say is that we can't stand on the aisle or outside the aisleway. Why are the police laws changed?
Thank you.
And how much time do I have left? All right, I'm just gonna stand here till it's over.
You actually cannot stand there silently, so thank you. Next speaker is Ari.
What I witnessed on Monday was absolutely deplorable. While residents voiced their frustrations, I sat here and watched council members laughing and giggling at residents who were speaking about serious issues involving their families. I watched the same council members refuse to make eye contact and listen to the youth of our community. I watched Liddell and Leo constantly sticking their heads under the table to gossip and giggle like middle school girls. And even today in this meeting, Liddell and Leo are whispering to each other. And when you had a chance to respond, you sat silent instead of taking time to address the concerns of the people. You are terrible role models for the youth. I watched you play a huge part in the chaos and then get on a press conference and play victim. The youth of Flint are tired. The youth of Flint are tired of watching you behave like children. There is no reason that we are half your age and have more common sense than you. The condescending tone you use towards people that don't agree with you is childish and disrespectful. And the fact that once again the police were weaponized against the people, taking up rituals for actual crimes that occur in our community is ridiculous. And I'm not doing this to jump on the TikTok wave. The future of the kids is here on the line. So please get your shit together.
From certain foundations. My daughter, she was at a summer job through Faith Foundation last year, and it really gave her a sense of responsibility. It helped me out a lot. A lot of things that I had to do as far as school supplies, expensive Jordans that these kids like. This year she completed 10 courses and there was no job available for her. So I'm just here on behalf of our children who need summer jobs to help their parents.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Salim Alami.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Luke. I want you to make a statement about the situation about when I was interested in trying to get my roof and my roof done. The mayor had me down in Front Street, and I went to the meeting, and he was speaking and saying, you contact this person here, Johnson or something, and she would help me with the work. And I was feeling good about it. I said, hey, I'm gonna get some help, you know what I mean? But then I contacted the people, and when I really found out what it was, you had to add the name a year ago. You could even get some. So when he was doing that meeting down there this year, it was just, you know what I mean? So I'm still, we need my work, we need some other work done. And so I just see that on the stage. And I have a question, since I'm going to council, I like to understand about the budget. Since the budget is the serious thing, I heard that Mr. Jared Dennis to give an explanation of the pros and cons of voting for the budget as it is or not. So I can get an understanding because I'm new to politics. And so with the 2 minutes or so, could you speak about that, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Hanifa Alami.
I gotta make it right tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta somebody told me. Queen Hanifa.
All right, Queen.
I have a question. Tanya, Dennis, Jerry Winfrey Carter, or Jonathan, can y'all answer? How do they keep changing these doggone rules? You know what I'm saying? How did it go from 2 warnings to 1 warning? How do these rules go? Who has the permission to just change them anytime they get ready? Can anyone answer that clearly so we all can understand? You know, and the other day when I was here, what's the problem? People had the freedom of speech, but now Candace seems to be back at her same old damn tricks. So, guess what? It's not working this time. It's not working this time.
Administration.
People is tired, they sick and tired. And you don't ever have to look up. You know what I'm saying? Because you're very rude. Very rude. And you know what else? Fuck you.
All right, Sister Taliba. Sister Taliba is her name. Sister Taliba.
Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn, and as you have been witnessing and experiencing, revolution is here. The chickens have finally come home to roost. This uprising of Flint is the result of the blatant disrespect that has been consistently shown to the residents of Flint by corrupt government officials. This uprising is the result of the following: former Governor Snyder's agenda of genocide in Flint, the former emergency manager's participation of genocide in Flint, the EPA's participation of genocide in Flint, the corruption and mishandling of the ARPA funds by Mayor Neely and some city council members, the decision to plant willow trees instead of helping residents repair their homes, help residents overcome expensive waterways, foreclosures, and rental assistance. The president and vice president of city council's decision to rape the people's public speaking rights. The president and vice president of city council's decision to weaponize the police against the people. And Chief Green's neglect of producing a comprehensive safety plan for the city of Flint. This is the result of the uprising in Flint. To some of you city council members, don't cry wolf now. You are not a victim. This uprising of Flint is the consequence of your violence, abuse, and neglect. Your day of reckoning is here. Enjoy.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs.
All right, third ward. Third ward.
My name is Beverly Biggs Lee. I am running for the third ward city council. The day you always taking somebody. But you know what? You know what you're doing is wrong. Life is short, and it's over. Like y'all pulled my husband out of that car, all you asked for was license and registration. License and registration. We towing the car. That was what was asked. The police was wrong. The chief need to resign. And your man needs to step down too. And you look like y'all was very scared. Candace, LaBelle, don't be scared now. Don't be scared now. Hold your head up. Because your days are numbered. They are numbered. You see the chambers are full, but then you take all these chairs out of here, you want them to sit up like roaches. You want them to sit out here like roaches. But that's what you want. You have a thing across there, that ain't gonna stop it. We're tired. We're tired of the BS. And it's time for you guys to wake up. Judy, you ain't left out. Don't look innocent because you're not left out. And like I said, Leon's grandmother passed. I pray for that family. I have no issue of hurting anybody. That is not me. But y'all don't care. You won't look up because you're scared. You know, that if you look at the other folk, they looking directly at us. You guys have no morals or standards. And it's time out. It is time out. Last week you was laughing, but you say, oh, this is what y'all want. This is what I put y'all want when you get the police in here. Police can't stop us. They cannot stop us. It's time out. You guys better wake up, get God, and start praying.
Next speaker is Pastor William C. Harris Jr. Come on.
I'm just messing.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tonight I'm speaking as the chairman of the Ethics and Accountability Committee. But I have a legitimate reason as why this budget needs to be passed. Because my administrative assistant has informed me that she will be let go. That's Mrs. Little.
That's messed up.
Mrs. Little is a hard-working individual.
And she is.
She makes sure that the office
Y'all should have hired her as
she
a
receives complaints. She files those complaints, and she makes sure that people are directed in the right way. If this budget is not passed, they will let her go. And what I mean by letting her go, they will terminate her. Because she is not union, she is an at-will employee. I'm telling you what's going to happen. So I'm standing here to protect the employee that works in the office of the ombuds person. I ask you all to do what needs to be done, but think of Mrs. Little, think of the ombudsman's office. She's a mother, she's a wife. Her husband is not doing well and she takes care of him. And her daughter is in college. I need you all to really think about the individuals who work for the citizens of Flint. And Mrs. Little has worked in this office since 2019 tirelessly. She has taken complaints, she has heard complaints. If you don't do it for anybody else, I ask that you consider the hardworking people who really are trying to put food on their tables for their families. That's why I'm standing here, because I want to protect her. And I want to protect her.
compared to a couple
I want to protect her. And I want to protect the office. I ask that you all come together for a
and they
comprehensive
slashed their damn budget
communication.
anyway.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But come together at least and pass a budget that makes sense. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is that
Please pause time.
what's going to happen is an emergency manager will come in. And they will take over. And it's going to happen again. And if the budget is not passed in a timely manner, please do the right to protect the office of the ombudsman. That's why I'm standing here tonight.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Josh Hogan.
This last one in the office of the ombuds, I didn't know we had one of them. Where is this thing? Should she not be here protecting us from you? Fire her. How many cities like 80 silenced voices? 80, 60 to 80 silenced voices. Are you proud of yourself, Andrews? Hope you're proud of yourself, but now, because none of these 60 or 80 people are impressed with you, I promise. I'm going to voice that with you. Good thing to start. I did have some observations too to touch on my homeboy here. I was watching you right here. I seen him mysteriously get the homeboy and go back there and talk. And I don't know and I can't prove nothing, but we are pulling some boys. And it really looks awful suspicious that you jumped in shit and incited a riot in this hall 2 seconds before the cops got looks really stupid on your part, Mr. Priestley. It really does. What the hell is that snippet bullshit? That was live footage.
Please pause the time.
You gonna give me a spanking?
Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane or vulgarity or speaking in excess of the allotted time or any other violation of the rules. Any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person may yield the floor and start with any remaining time. So you can choose different language or you can have a seat.
Okay, I'll say my last piece, and I want to share this to all the city of Flint. My birthday, May 5th, around about 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. I was having an argument with my property trying to save my business, and your dishonorable judge, Terry Hannibal, told me he doesn't have to uphold the Constitution 3 times in a row. Under oath, I want all of America to hear that. The judges do not uphold the Constitution under oath. They said it in front of this man, they said it in front of me, he repeated himself 3 times, he said it in front of my wife. This place is despicable. We need an emergency manager, we need the FBI, and everybody needs fired.
Thank you. Point of order. What's your point of order? So we have a camera that's not in the camera section.
Where?
So would you please go to the media section?
You see, they ain't worried about the water. They not worried about the water.
So you are being asked to go to the media section.
Oh, here they go.
She just not know. She walked past him when she came in. Don't get it. It's not working.
It's not working.
It's not working, Georgia. Come on, I don't give them no more money.
Let's dance with him, man. Flirt with him enough. Keep getting his personal space.
Come on, it's not working. It's not working, baby. Come on, now.
Dude, that's brutality. Brutality. They're arrested. What are you doing? Dude, that was expensive. You think this is going to fix your budget? Is this lawsuit going to fix their budget? He is unarmed. He's doing nothing wrong. He is
What a shame.
Okay, Mickey, dang. I was trying to record.
That's not right. He can't.
Don't give them what they got. You not give them what they got.
What's going on? What's happening now?
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Brooke Boyer. You guys like these people coming against you guys. Are you serious? Did you just throw somebody out of the meeting because of a camera? Actually, no. We went a step further and arrested the person out of the camera. You guys keep piling up your lawsuits you're going to take, Flint. It's been really sad to see that you guys like to and enjoy bullying these people. Your people. I can understand if you feel that life is threatened for calling the police or removing people? Because no one wants to start anything, believe it or not, regardless of what happened. We just want answers and for you to listen to us and to represent us. And I'll tell you what, Flint is not being represented at all. The fact that you guys took these chairs out of here, that is voices that are silenced. Are you guys happy with yourselves? Yeah. You seem like it. Don't worry, day of reckoning is coming. Make sure you ask yourself, why do you feel the need for the police to be here, to protect you guys? Because you guys feel so threatened. Maybe because you're not listening to people who are sitting here crying on microphones, screaming up and down that they need help. You're begging you, and you guys don't care. That is very, very sad. And what I'm saying is Liddell doesn't care, Judy doesn't care, and Mashat doesn't care. All three of you guys have your heads down because you can't give us enough respect. Yesterday's incident was covered by Piper. He took control of that situation, and none of anything would have happened if a row of police officers unlawfully coming in here and trying to stop something that wasn't even there. We need to stop recruiting people. This is ridiculous. People have the right to speak. And I bet you you're out there towing cars for 4-hour limits that were posted on there that looks like they were just put up with on a piece of paper. Oh, and then there's 30-minute limits over there. But we have no parking things to tell us when that is. We've got officers surrounded around here, huh? Yeah, we're a real threat, aren't we? Yeah, it seems like these people are really threatening. So you must be scared about something, and in order to be scared about something, it must be your actions. Maybe you should think about your actions before you keep going. You guys are throwing people out for coughing, sneezing, clapping. Can we really stoop this low? You know what I was taught? Was when they go low, we go higher. God is the highest we can go. So I'll be praying for all of you to do the right thing. God will take care of all of you. Everybody got to do that. If you don't hear God's wrath, then I'm sorry. And I'll continue to pray for you because you should. We can all go higher than your answer.
Thank you.
Fourth generation born here from Michigan. Just so happens to be, yesterday was the anniversary of my murder. And I said murder, that's right. 5 years ago yesterday, I was hit by a hit and run, ran over by a hit and run driver running a red light on my motorcycle. I was so bad that totally refused to take me, and they air flighted me to U of M, where I went on to die 4 times. Stuck in a coma for a month, broke every bone in my body, had to have heart surgery and brain surgery. And nobody investigated nothing. Nothing. The person was caught. The person was detained. Never arrested. Never charged. And then when he got to court, Judge Hammond dismissed all the charges, along with DA, David Layton, dismissed all the charges except for the person didn't have a driver's license, a legal driver's license. So that's what they were convicted of. Driving on a suspended, not running me over and killing me. I'm driving on a suspended license. Is that what this has come to? Is that where we're at? Murder? What is no investigation. And then of course, when I tried to speak out about it in front of Judge Hammond, I was told to sit down and shut up or go to jail for speaking out about at my own court hearing on my own murder charge. I was threatened to be put in jail for speaking out about this not being justice. So tell me again, how is that justice? Somebody explain that to me. No.
No, they don't respond.
I know, I didn't expect, to be honest, I didn't expect anything from anybody here. I really didn't. It's just sad. It's just really sad. That's where this great city has come to. 4 generations, my family. 4 generations. Thank you for your time.
Madam Secretary, before you come to the next public speaker, I do want to remind the residents, because I don't want that resident to think that 8 people sat up here just didn't care about what he was talking about. We are not allowed to respond until council responds. Next speaker is Sandra Belvin.
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me back there, somewhere out there. But obviously some people are afraid of what's happening. It's a sad day when they start to have to pay for the crimes that they've committed throughout the years. I stood here 3 years ago, and around here in Flint, whether it was commissioners, don't hold me exactly responsible. I am a Burton resident, originally from Davidson, so they call me the outsider. Well, this outsider is now paying for part of the Flint water crisis. I just got the headline of that news on Sunday. I was down at the protest. I saw the brutality. It was a total setup. Now you guys can see how a peaceful protest turns into a freaking riot. There's setup, and I feel sorry for the police officers that are doing this, that feel that they have to do this. I'm sick and tired of hearing it's my job, I got food to feed my kids, with food to pay, whatever. Because the point of this is I went through this with COVID too. They were threatening to give us that stupid shot that's now killing everybody, and everybody's finding that out through cancer, heart disease, brain tumors, you name it. And I wouldn't do it. I have a child that is disabled. I have better things to do than to stand here and try to tell people that the corruption is happening here in Flint. Judy, I'm disgusted by you. You call yourself a Republican, but I'm telling you there's a difference between a Republican and a Republican, a real Republican. And you are disgusting. You're a traitor to the name. Yeah, now look up at me. Well, I'm not sure that you're legally supposed to be sitting in that seat because I believe it's too much shy of being here for a year before you took office. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go down with your Courageous magazine also. And that is, she has a background of criminal sociology. So is she playing both sides, or is she, I'm not really sure of that one. And then you turn around and take a grant and take your name off the presidency and give it to your best friend supposedly running your NGO. These guys are just corrupt from the word go. I could go on and listen and on and on and on. Because you know what? I'm up pretty much 20 hours a day. So I have nothing better to do than to research. So Leon, where's Leon? You guys are supposed to make a major vote here. He's not here.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Arthur Wilson.
Let me start off by saying, Candace, you can't stop me from standing up here and not speaking. Have you ever heard of silent protest? I can stand here in silent protesting, acting stupid, not knowing anything. There's nothing that you can do about it, but I'm gonna speak though. Me and Rashid, that's Rayvon's father. I brought him down here. His son was shot 10 times in the back by the state trooper. Now, I remember last year. Y'all didn't say anything. Nothing at all. No. But there, Crystal Cooper, you remember? It's a shirt that I have on right now. Let's talk about, Mayor Nitty saying that it's political suicide not to go after the two firemen who gave all clear, they died. Memorial Day of 2023, yesterday was the anniversary of one of them passing away. My issue here is what happened Monday. Chief Green said that the residence was the cause of the chaos here past Monday. It was an officer that stopped the senior's finger. You can watch him on the video moving around and moving, trying to hear what he had to say. And when he got his earshot of what he was saying, he turned around and stopped his fingers and then grabbed it. Everything was okay. The young lady was going out in the hallway. Liddell, let me tell you something, Moose. You screaming that we interfering with the police. Sergeant Spann and Sergeant Jones asked me to help them get her out of here.
See that?
So that it wouldn't be any melee, any chaos. See, y'all don't like to play with the police, but you have people that don't give a damn about what happens if they're doing what. I was in the military and we used to train to fight Russia. And we dealt with dictators and learned about dictators. And that's what y'all are here in the schools, and especially Millie. Millie is a dictator. Don't pass that budget. Y'all coming up here talking, especially on buzzing. Y'all coming up here trying to pump fear. But remember Mike Glasgow cared about his family more than he cared about 98,000 people when he signed that order to let us go on Flint River water. See, y'all sit in these offices down here and worry about y'all commanders and y'all chiefs and y'all mayor and y'all do their bidding against the people of the city of Flint. I wouldn't sign anything, I wouldn't vote on anything until they started telling on the thievery that's going on down in the mayor's office.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
Next public speaker is Juantel Davis.
I'm a former Fifth Ward City Councilman. What I want to say to the public is, I said it last time, but I don't know if everybody was here last time. City Council's #1 job is budgetary process. That's their #1 ultimate job, is to pass the budget and do the numbers and the checks and the balances. But they have a whole year to put this together, a whole year. Unfortunately, we at this point where we are now. And this is an embarrassment. And my thing is, I don't think there's a lot of city councils up there that know how to put a budget together. There's probably two, Jerry, and probably Dennis, that I know that probably can put a budget together. But the unfortunate thing, and I'm not throwing any slice at any guy, because that's not my position to do that. My goal is to represent the people, especially in the Fifth Ward, and most importantly, the whole city, to make sure our people are educated. But you guys have never come up with a budget to counteract the budget that the mayor put together. When I was in office, we used to conduct budgets when we didn't like the mayor's budget. And we would have a meeting as a whole with the mayor and figure out what budget is we going to pass. But you guys have not put a budget out to counteract his budget. And if his budget is $4 million in deficit, then no, it shouldn't be passed. But this is what they're not telling people. And I'm not bagging this budget that we have. I'm not bagging that budget. But this is the information that you're not getting. The budget is a balanced budget. It's a balanced budget because they're using the fund balance, which is a reserve. Every municipality does that. But the difference is in this budget is it's utilizing money that it shouldn't be utilizing because a lot of the services that they're trying to pay for don't need to be paid. So that is the information that is not being given to you guys. And so if that budget has items in it that shouldn't be utilized, then council should feel compelled to do a budget themselves. And summon the mayor to come to the meeting and utilize both understandings and say what budget can we submit that's beneficial for the people. But this council
council, and that makes everybody accountable, not just 4, but 8. All of them should be held accountable, because this is their most important job, and if you cannot conduct your most important job, you shouldn't be in the position that you're in. But they spend hours campaigning, throwing each other under the bus. So when you're throwing each other under the bus and you're arguing equipment, either you're trying to make sure that person don't get elected, or you're trying to make sure that you stay elected. But it's still campaign. It's still campaign.
He is. He was on that council.
And I was the only one that tried to stop it from going to the Flint.
So
So my point I'm trying to say is that
Thank you. Next on the speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Fuentes.
I did more than council did in 40 years. They just don't care. That's why I'm not at all.
Good evening, council. My name is Wendy Hall, and I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. First of all, I want to thank the people today, because today was a victory for the people. The people had a press conference. I want to thank Councilwoman Tanya Burns and Councilman Dennis Fighter for coming and standing with the people, because they too are residents. I want to thank Mayor Karen Weaver for coming. I want to thank Little Miss Flint. I want to thank the brother, the minister, LeRon X from the Nation of Islam. I would like to thank the concerned pastors, but unfortunately, they're not here. I thought it was an honor to stand with Sister Clara Clinton down there today. I also thank Brother Art Woodson. I thank Baby Doll for driving from Detroit. I thank Sister Toledo. As you can see, I'm naming a variety of people, because it's about the people. And that's what we forgot. And I'm standing here holding the hand of Miss Gwen Walker, the other senior that was pulled out of her car Sunday and handcuffed for no reason. No reason, a ticketable offense. But she was pulled out of her car. See, a lot of the seniors were driving because they couldn't walk from here way over to Davis Street. It was peaceful. But it became personal when I saw my own church member out there asking, what did I do? And then for her to tell me in her 70 plus years of life, that's the first time she ever was spread out across a police car. In Flint, the city that she grew up in. This is how her city treats her, the seniors. Was it hassle bringing up? Was it hassle bringing up? But no, this is what we keep doing. But we got to organize. And organization, whether you know it or not, it started today with the people. Delegate Sandy was right. It was a setup, because the mayor and his minions spent most of their morning on the phone trying to stop the peaceful press conference by telling people that it was a protest that was going to be held outside on the lawn of City Hall, trying to deter people. But it didn't work, because the people still came. People are tired. And like the minister said, no justice, no peace. Flint,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pull your mic down.
I want to take a step back for a second, because we're focusing on today, but if we look back for a second, I think where things will be clearer. So I want to speak as fast as I can.
from the Pontiac General Employees Retirement System, where he served as finance officer, managing over 500 million in assets. Prior to that, he served the city of Alma for 26 years as the finance director and assistant city manager, and then as the city manager. So I have one question about that came from the mayor's statement. And so I just wanted to back up for just a minute because I thought it would be important to find out for 26 years, why didn't he retire? Did the mayor fail to tell you that he resigned Alma because the commissioner forced him to?
Wow.
So of Alma City, he was 26 years this chief financial officer who, excuse me. So who the chief, Kendra Overlaw, filed a lawsuit against the city as well as the former Alma official Philip Moore for discrimination. The lawsuit alleges several instances of discrimination by those within the police department and the city government.
Wow.
Compensation for the lost wages, benefits, and more were being sought for the city's violating legal statement. See, he was sexist. And those of you who are female, maybe that's why you can't get your answers from him. But when he resigned from Alma,
No, he about to.
the comments from the citizens of Alma that said, we're so glad to see him go.
Who's
Because he's nothing but a yes man. And Mayor Neely was more than happy to pull him on. So, you know, when he went over to the pensions in Pontiac was after that had happened for just a short stint. So I just wanted to bring that up for a moment because I just thought it was important.
He ain't showing up.
And noticed that Mayor Neely had no problem with him being sexist and not giving this officer, and these officers in here, giving them their fair and correct wages and not letting them drive a vehicle.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
They ain't want to hear that.
Egypt Urban. Did you say Egypt Urban? Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is James Clark.
Hello, Council. I'm here today with Faith Foundation Resources. I'm here to support summer jobs for our students. We need these jobs to help us grow as a community and help support our youth. That's what we all have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker is Reginald Mitchell. Reginald Mitchell. Reginald Mitchell.
Okay.
Next public speaker, Madam Secretary.
They don't waste nobody else.
Next speaker is Shania Wilson. Shania Wilson.
Keep going. They gone too. These kids.
Next speaker is Ken White. Ken's White. You said Ken's White. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Next speaker, Albert Jr.
Uh-oh. What's up, Aunt?
Hey!
This motherfucker.
Next speaker is Bianca Shelton. So that is your second warning. You are removed from this meeting. Next, Elena Smith. Elena Smith.
Anyways, what you gonna sit over there and giggle and talk about the table again? Just wondering. Just a question. Yes, on Monday actually, it wasn't yesterday. I was sitting up front over here when this lovely lady, got her first warning. Not her second, her first warning. And after her first warning, she sat back down after finishing what she had to say. And then the one officer, right there, bending over and calling her baby and touching on my leg, standing in front of me.
Personal space.
In my personal space.
14.
And I asked him to sit back a couple of times and he didn't.
I will press
and
charges.
did not listen.
I promise.
He's yelling out. Consistent. Yelling out.
That's a sister.
That's my name. That's my uncle. He can call out on my turn if he wants to. He cannot. He Take your job. How much you want to make? Let's see.
I wonder why they didn't stop her time. Why there was an interruption?
As I was still sitting there, and I asked that officer to back up, and he would not. And then another officer came over and bent down and got in my face again to tell me to move to get this lovely lady out of the way. But I'm gonna stand for my people and not move because they're my people. And yes, I did watch you walk out that back door too. And that's how everybody knows you were the one that helped plan this. It's crazy how all y'all, 1, 2, 3, 4, from what I know, are working together against what you're supposed to be doing. Instead of working with the people and getting this straight. Having, I don't even know how many, like 30 cops come in here, assaulting a couple of people, and you guys just sitting back and not having them stop, or just letting them do what they did, y'all just sat there and let them do it. And I seen a video of Dennis online, who tried to get them to stop, and you guys let them continue.
Thank you.
Monday, I was so bored of how you guys use the cops as attack dogs. And you guys just sat there.
Words are hard.
And it kind of reminds me of how I heard my uncle talk about how you guys make reports about out of the people.
Thank you.
I speak to everybody. And I'm glad you guys are actually paying attention.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Secretary. Speaker is Ms. Pollard.
Candace, you always tell people, be respectful. You and Julie really caused that commotion. You said, let's keep it 100. You claim you're a real woman. Both of y'all. But y'all don't act like it. Y'all act like y'all ain't motherfucker. Excuse my word. Crazy. Y'all act like some little kids in elementary, middle school, and high school. And then Adele, you was up in video, people talking about arrest them. I watched the whole video. It's very sad that y'all come after the resident, and then when the resident react to you guys, you want to call the po-pos. You understand where I'm coming from? We are tired. I drive here to be for the people of the whole Genesee County. But my thing is, y'all, before I asked y'all, Jerry Winfrey, we went to school, Tanya, you know who I am. Dennis, that's my brother. JJ, I respect you, that's why I call you, for everybody call you. Y'all need not to pass this budget. Because for one, in 23 and 24, y'all been asking for certain stuff. And then when they don't have it, the man named Mr. Moore, he can't answer the question, then he gets and try to get some help. So that should tell y'all, they're not doing a job. Y'all should have to ask them every month, every year for certain stuff. And then Julie talking about, oh, I left my laptop. She don't need to be a financial person at all. And then another thing I want to ask y'all, what wrong have the same president and the vice president still have a seat? And y'all only supposed to sit there for 1 year, and that's breaking the Robert law and whatever it's laws, because y'all need to vote them out because they're not supposed to sit for 2 years. The contract said only 1 year for the vice president and the president. We need to get rid of them. Stand up for the people. Quit going on Facebook, because that's all you, Judy, Adele, Candace. That's why y'all head me down, because y'all be all on the internet thugging and looking at everything they say. And then when people tell y'all ain't even wrong enough to look at us. And we pay the taxes for you to get your paycheck. So why be thankful that your kids pay don't be ignorant, and then that stuff that happened Sunday, that was wrong, because I was right there seeing it all. And y'all sit up there and letting them tell a lie on him. He didn't do nothing. And y'all snatched him out when he was still in the seatbelt and the car was in drive. And then I watched them put him in the paddy wagon because my car was right there. No calf. Yeah. But my thing is, y'all say y'all love this city, y'all for the city, and them little trees that Miss Judy, they lift up their hands this time. I know it's my time to have respect, so you gotta have respect. That was the last part of the speaker. Thank you so much. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. And anyone who wishes to speak during council response. What's your point?
We have another tripod in the first row.
Where?
Come
on.
Ma'am, you have to go to the media section of that tripod. Yes, ma'am. Last meeting, that we did tripod. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to have your phone. If you're standing there, you have to go to the media section.
Well, let me record it. Don't worry about that budget today. We got tripods that need special attention.
They said nothing.
Me going too good. She gotta start some mess. Don't worry about that budget. We gotta take care of these tripods.
That's the one they arrested. That's his.
Man, we are in the middle of a meeting. You all cannot be walking around and walking up front like this.
We don't pause it, remember?
All right, we are now moving on to council response. Is there any member that wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
The residents who have come out, even though you will continuously be disrespected by the vice chair. In turn, you will be, and it's disappointing, because the very things that she says and calls you out and puts you out for vulgarity, she's done herself. Of it all. So when it comes to the budget, the mayor he brings us his budget. He brought us his budget. He has responsibility in his administration to bring us the balanced budget, page 61 of the Flint City Charter, that it must be balanced and maintain balance. That's in Article 7. We do not have a balanced budget. It's a negative $4 million deficit. Flint has had 4 emergency managers, Ed Kurtz, Jerry Ambrose. We have had Mike Brown, and we have had Darnell Early. And we know what happened with the last one. The reason why we had an emergency manager is because Governor Snyder stated that the mayor and the city council lacked the will to govern. So we have some unfortunate tough decisions that we have to make per the Flint City Charter. We are mandated to have a balanced budget, period. That's what it states. And you can get the charter online. It's online. And so we talk about some of these things that people say with the jobs. And to Mr. Harris, Mr. Harris, get your own office in order. You don't have an ombudsman since October 2012. We're not going to be easy. The administration did submit to us 3 possible cuts in expenditures. Police 500,000, fire 400, and city council 33. We got some others that need to be done. I do want to say this to our police. I'm sorry that you are used to be weaponized against the residents week after week, month after month, and now year after year.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank the residents for coming out. Thank you for being engaged in the process. It is so good and so refreshing that you all are here, standing before us, bringing us your concerns, your opinions, and I welcome it. And I just want to thank God. And I think I'm going to say something someone mentioned about the chaos on Monday. In my opinion, the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, she incited that. She yelled out at Jason, who was standing right over there.
You right.
At the window. Yeah. And she told him to sit down.
You right.
Who does she think she is?
Trash. A skinless cat gets tagged up.
So disrespectful. But this is what happens. This is what happens. And that's where the uproar came from.
Sure did.
And that started the chaos that happened in this chamber on Monday. And I find it strange that on October 14th, 2024,
Come on.
you had an insurrection in this chamber.
Come on, say it.
Did we have any police officers?
No.
We had 1 police officer, maybe 2.
One.
I find that very strange.
Come on, speak the truth. We had no police to yeah, she caused that with my.
But that was orchestrated by you, the president of that house and everyone else.
First of all, I want to thank residents for showing up. And the second thing is I want to apologize to the residents for you guys basically being pushed out the door. My colleagues obviously do not want to hear you, they don't want you here, so maybe next week it's going to be further back. Until there's fewer and fewer seats. Instead of having residents grievances, they want to push you out the door and shut you up in the restroom. It is appalling that someone got arrested this evening for having a phone on a stick. We arrested someone for having a phone on a stick. It is a complete joke, and I promise you, officers, you will not have to do that in August, so you can go back to spending time the way that you should be.
I hear information about what a balanced budget is. So this is the definition from the
It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Reading of the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest or misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. It is now time for council response. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
141.435, section 15.2. The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit in the budget, shall not exceed the total estimated.
Please pause your time. You were able to speak uninterrupted. It is now her time to speak. We know that you know how to speak without interrupting because you allow other council members to speak. It is now her turn to speak.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit.
Please pause the time. Officers, you've heard the warning issued several times that it is now time for her to speak. We will clear the chambers if she cannot speak.
But she was talking when we was talking to the damn.
Continue.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit.
Please pause the time. That's fine. We're gonna start the time over.
Okay. She can't do it all night. She gonna be here all night.
Correct.
Stomach hurt. I know.
That's
right.
She's not correct. She should be granted 1 item. You're making up rules.
I have ruled. We're moving on. Please continue, Ms. Priestley.
Jigsaw. That's like
Where's she at?
That there talking to Dennis, talking to, look at her. Say,
We are trying to control the chambers. We are trying to get control of the chambers.
we can talk, we can talk.
Recess ain't gonna help.
We're going to way. Officers, we need to stop removing people because I've had several times.
I wish they would, but I
This
can
is the way
talk.
I want to do it, so this is the way we'll do it.
I can talk.
You sound
You
stupid.
can't take my right from me talking. We can talk in the chamber. Detroit, Saginaw, Oakland County, all they counties talking class.
We're in recess, so we can talk.
We in recess, right?
We on recess.
Recess.
We on recess. We on recess, so we can talk, dumbass. We on recess. What you want to? We on recess. We on recess. Oh, they bring the attorney out here. We on recess so we can talk. We on recess, we can talk. She said we on recess, so we can't talk on recess. I know we can't. I called up the witness on the bus.
That's starting to warn you.
Hey, no, girl watching this. They can't do that shit. They can't tell us not to talk. Detroit, Saginaw.
Nobody was talking.
Oakland County.
Who they gonna put out? Nobody was talking.
One titty at a time. Judy.
Look at my head.
One at a time. Two at a time.
Two at a time.
Clyde back there in the back.
Yeah. Scared. You scared.
You
know the news is gonna out of that shit. Come on now. Make sure y'all put that on the news. You know they don't show that shit.
call more police. We're gonna be at home.
They trying to make it look like you can't do
I don't care here with you last night. We're not talking either.
They not sitting there on the riot.
Definition of a bus is valid speech.
I will assume that they put me on this. All they got to do is 30 people here. They put me on here today. I got it. This time, I get put on here today. This right here.
We're gonna be here Saturday. We're gonna be here Saturday. Fine. All right, well, happy
I'm sorry.
They put me on here today. I didn't let them smile. Everybody in jail.
That's how they do in elementary.
She know her time up. They catch her.
Oh no. hungry. I gotta grab me something to eat.
Stuffed salmon, Alfredo.
Damn, man, offer nobody none. Fix me a plate. I'll get mine tomorrow. I got tuna fish at the. You say what?
I know nobody want none.
Fix my plate tomorrow. I'll get it. We're gonna have council for the next 72 hours. We're gonna have council for the next 72 hours. I pray they did. Me too, but you know that lawsuits they finna have. They finna get all of us.
They can't clear the thing. They can't clear the thing. But she's gonna try and make up a rule, subsection 25, 33, 24.
If they ain't already put that motherfucker together, no. About the door being locked yesterday.
Nothing, there wasn't a meeting.
Oh,
They lied.
Oh.
They told big lies. They lied. And so they staged that mess. Wasn't no meeting. That's why the doors was locked.
Well, right. This rough right here. When they say the constitutional crisis, I think that's what we in right now. A 4-4 split.
Calling it a constitutional crisis is really getting a lot more.
Yeah, right. I'll say this is what you really see on both sides. To me, it's like they got it. Kevin Biff, you had a 4-4 split.
She took the attorney back there to tell you to read the rules. And what she said and couldn't do.
Wow, if she did that, they crazy. They crazy. You can't have your, they just can't, they not getting their way. You gotta accept that right now it's a 4-4 split. You gotta accept it. You gotta accept it. Come August it'll be a 5-4. So you gotta accept it, but if this how y'all gonna do, they gonna invite this emergency matter.
Please return to your seats so that we may continue this meeting.
I mean,
it's
just going to be, whatever they do this month is going to be undone in about 8 weeks.
Got a point there. Yeah. It's gonna be more than 8 weeks.
Back in the front.
Yeah. They don't want to let go. That's the
All
problem.
right, so you cannot move chairs in the chamber. Put those chairs back where they were. You cannot move chairs. Ma'am and sir, that is your first warning. Please put the chairs back where they were.
Go home. I'm fine. I wish I could see all the rules that they said we can't do. I need a copy. They need to put a copy of the rules at the door. That's what I want to talk about.
All right, we are in the middle of the fourth ward's response.
I'm sorry, what's your point of order? We gotta make sure that all the chairs are in line with the electric.
Ma'am, could you please put your chair back where it's placed at the end of the meeting? I believe we're at Councilwoman Christie's comments. Point of order, what's your point?
She needs a warning, stop yelling out.
That would actually be her second warning. She will be removed from the meeting. Councilwoman Christie, please continue.
141.435, section 15, number 2.
Point of order. If you say she removed from the meeting, she's still in the meeting.
No, I didn't remove her. I said that would be removed. I didn't remove her. Councilwoman Christie, please continue.
The total estimated expenditures, including an accrued deficit in the budget, shall not exceed the total estimated revenues, including an available unappropriated surplus and proceeds from bonds or other obligations issued under the Fiscal Stabilization Act, or the balance of the principal of these bonds or other obligations. That is the definition of a balanced budget. I also wanted, I hear so many comments about the willows that were planted in the fourth ward. Those were paid for by a grant of another organization. I think if you keep this beautiful, it may have been somebody else, but it had nothing to do with the city of Flint. The organization received no city of Flint dollars after they were awarded $25,000 for vacant lot usage. They declined it because they were unable to get the property. So if you're talking about the villas, they were not paid by the city or any organization that receives money from the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the amount of attention that we have received in the chamber. However, we want to make sure that everyone is familiar with the standard order of operation here. So I would like to encourage every one of you to reach out to the city clerk so you all can get a listing of the rules, so you all can know what you are proposing to. Because a lot of residents, they were not pleased at what they saw. A lot of voting residents were not pleased at the chaos, the vulgar language, the threats, the violence. It was not acceptable. And so what they continue to ask us to do, they asked us to make sure that we enforce the rules to make this a safe place for all residents. A lot of people felt threatened. A lot of people were scared. And this is not the kind of change that we... Hold on, could you pause my time?
Please pause the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we can't expect people in the streets to have reform when we don't have it here. If rules are written for a reason. So we can't expect the shooters and the staffers and the people like that to not to do it.
Imagine yourself sitting up here. Imagine yourself being in this position. We hear you, we work with you, but you must have the form. If we, again,
Please pause the time.
yeah.
Members of the audience are reminded that this is council response. Council has their opportunity to respond to your comments. Continue.
Excuse me, sir. That's your warning. Okay.
I can't see what it is.
Okay, it's the gentleman in the blue shirt who just got out. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Burns?
Councilman Devlin does not have the authority to give someone.
That's right.
She did not issue the warning. She can't. So let me help you out. Oh, let me finish my sentence. She cannot issue them a warning. She cannot. That's why I said she did not, because she cannot. That's why I asked, do you respect?
The gentleman in the blue shirt, it seems like our colleagues are too busy trying to maintain chaos instead of order. You
There's two men in the blue shirt.
Right.
Wasn't you? No. Mr. Clack, that is your first warning.
Oh, make up
Please continue. Please supported by the council. Please start this 1 minute. Wait, I don't think have your time ready.
You just walked in here.
Please start this 1 minute.
I thought it did me. That's why
I think everyone on this council knows Mr. Clark didn't say a word.
Absolutely.
That we're just gonna give out warnings and we have no idea who actually said what. That right there is, they just give out warnings like they're birthday gifts or birthday cards like the mayor says.
Not by law, not a rule.
Mr. Clark said 0. Because you know his name, he wouldn't be able to answer birthday card. And that's why I think Mr. Clark is here.
I think he's done with his time. Can you please start by 1 minute? Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Councilwoman in the second ward identified Mr. Clack as the one yelling out.
But he didn't do it. He didn't even do it. You said you wanted to.
This is on my time. Your point of order is rejected.
She racist.
What is your
The
point
man
of order?
just said he done it. She racist.
So what the statement and description was the person in the blue shirt. That's not the person in the blue shirt. You're wrong.
Awesome. Councilwoman in the second ward, would you please identify who you are identifying?
This is per the rules, the person has no objection to speech and the chair speaks. No one else.
Per the rules, Councilwoman Burns just said I had it wrong, so to get it right, I'm asking the person who called him to order. Go ahead.
You out of order.
Who were you identifying?
You out
of order.
Okay, thank you.
You out of order.
What she said? The man said that right there. Tell you it was him. Why y'all
All right, so he has had 1 minute to speak. I don't have 1 minute to speak. We are now going to vote. The chair who is chairing, who asked the question, heard the answer. All right, so roll call, a yes will overturn the ruling of chair, a no will sustain the ruling of the chair. Roll call.
kiss some ass?
No.
She wrong as hell, 'cause she don't clap, she don't clap for her. Tell the truth.
Ms. Burns? I abstain because it is very clear that they are violating the rights of the residents. Thank you. No. Mr. Vicer?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
What'd he say?
What'd he say?
He don't say nothing. What did he say? Y'all wrong, 'cause she knows who Craig is. You wrong as hell.
Nobody gonna do right there. They just gonna keep around. That's why we
What did he say? Did y'all hear what he said?
He said it was him. You wrong.
5 no, 1 abstention.
Oh.
Hey, fine, no. Ain't no fine, no.
Can you please, sorry.
Yeah, 'cause ain't no fine, no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. Michael Flack stands with his first warning.
You
have the floor.
Thank you. So according to the disorderly control subject, those that are disrupting the meeting will be in violation and you will receive a second one to be actually and you may be subject to arrest. We shall have a peaceful meeting today and going forward. And we shall be followed.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilman in the ninth ward.
You know, it's not often that
You wrong as hell. She's scared up.
during public, in response to public comment. And me speaking today is not in response to public comment. It's in response to my disappointment in my colleagues by not doing what's right.
That's right, sir.
That identified himself.
Right.
Self-identified.
Yeah.
And then, when asked, as opposed to identifying the one that was standing up,
They get away
you
with
said
stuff.
I'm black, right?
They get away with stuff.
That's how black folks end up in prison.
Innocent people. Innocent people.
Are you good with the rest of your time? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else, what we can do, Councilman in the ninth ward, since you are committed to being wrong, just so you can get some class.
What's who me?
Don't
disrespect me.
Come on, man. You hear she can talk, but then she want to get pissed off. Man.
Come down and us, y'all let her get away with stuff. But when it comes down to the opposite.
Check her.
Incorrect. So, as I was saying, I literally asked that man, I looked him dead in his face, said, was it you? You told me no. And so when I said, who was it? I said, was it Michael Clapp? She confirmed that it was Michael Clapp.
She said, who?
That's
though everybody's sick of council.
Candace, that's your first warning. You should be removed.
That man ain't said a word.
They put it on somebody else. He mad because they put it on somebody else. He ain't got no right to stand up. He stood up and said it was him. They ain't got no business. And see, now they're showing. They showing. And she no Clay. And she, no Clay. She ain't say no name. She said blue shirt. She kept saying blue shirt.
Please start my time again.
Again?
Again, you can go back and watch the video. In which case, after that, I asked, was it Mr. Clack? So, that is your second one. You are removed.
Who now?
You are removed.
Who?
That is fine. The ruling of the chair has been appealed. Is there support?
Who's she removing now?
It's been moved and properly supported. Please start, Councilwoman Martin. Please let me know when it starts.
This is ridiculous.
Councilwoman Martin.
So it is very clear that y'all have been giving these residents coming home training.
Yes.
Residents, and clearly, Councilwoman Lewis stated at first the man in the blue shirt.
So
She
did.
stated that.
Why should you say
The
Clack?
man
She
in
knows
the blue
Clack.
shirt just
She,
kind of
that's what I'm
sat
saying. She
back
knows
and
Clack's
stared.
name.
Then when you could not hear, because the residents do not respect you anymore.
I never
So it was the second time she said Michael Pratt, knowing, because I'm watching and she was watching too, and she pointed. She set you up.
She
to
sure
the
did.
incorrect ruling. Black had said nothing. We don't go from blue shirt to Michael Pratt.
Right, and she
And because the hate she has for certain people, and I'm just mad, she set you up. She stood up and said, I did too.
Thank you. Her 1 minute is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Councilwoman Lewis, what is your point of order?
Oh, no, I want to do the time.
All right. So please start by 1 minute.
Oh, so who running the time?
Any person that persists in this running this meeting will be advised of section 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and will be subject to arrest for this meeting. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given by law. If they persist in obstructing the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, violating the rules of the meeting. She received her first warning when she was sitting in that chair. This is what the ruling is about, and this is her second warning. She is removed from this meeting. Thank you. This is the roll call vote. Yes, overturn the ruling of the chair, no, oppose the ruling of the chair.
She didn't say the name. She didn't say the name. Why she removed? She act like they need to put her.
We don't know who she removing. I think one of the babies over there.
They need to lock her in the nut house, second floor.
Yes.
Who is she removing?
Look at her little
Mr.
kid.
Piper,
Acting like a damn kid.
Mr. Jerry, Mr. Allen,
No.
See, you wrong as hell, man. You wrong as hell, dude.
Judy is deputy.
4 yes, 4 no. The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair stands, and you are removed from this meeting.
Who is she removing? Who?
Right here in the front, the one in here is our.
She didn't even say nothing.
Get up and leave, say it. It ain't what's going on there. Get up and leave.
And this is where it started at the last time.
Come back.
So the administration that moved back there behind the ropes, they on the side. They didn't like their new little office back there.
It is now time to adopt the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body? It's been separated by the councilman in eighth ward, moving on to resolution 25017-3-T, which is the adoption of the final project document water system improvement design authorizing project representative. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. It's been a motion to approve by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor. City attorney.
What are the consequences if we do not pass this resolution? What are the consequences to the city?
Don't nobody care.
I have to turn on my which resolution are you referring to? It's the water revolving. I'm sorry? It's the planning for the water.
Because they already, it's the deadline. They still gonna get in trouble.
So we do have a staff member here from the water department to talk about this. But high level, excuse me.
Could you please pause this time? I would ask that members of the audience and people that are in the hallway, please allow us to continue this meeting. We cannot hear. The attorney is trying to speak. She is asking for people to please stop speaking while she is trying to speak. Continue. What's your request?
It's clear that Mark's platform will possibly choose a separate one.
That is an improper request. That is an improper use of a privileged motion. Please continue.
Through you, that Scott should be as you address this question. Through the chair, I would recommend that you have someone from the water department.
Mr. Dungy, please.
Dennis already said he wasn't voting on this. Didn't he say he wasn't voting on this Monday? Because he tried to go speak on it. He wasn't for them speak.
What are the consequences of us not approving this resolution? Could you please?
I don't care about the consequences. Right, so.
Majority Road and the Northwest Transmission Main are both fishing items.
Point of order. Please pause the time. What is your point? I can't hear. There's a lot of noise. If we can please have the people in the hallway move away from the council chamber doors.
You don't control the hallway.
That's your first warning.
You said you don't control it.
So this resolution is just for us to put in an application for funding to fix we had a whole booster station in 1954, 2012, we had a couple pumps in there that didn't solve it. So that has been an ongoing issue. And then the Northwest Transmission Main is an old water line that is steel. And anytime it breaks are big holes, it splits, it causes catastrophic water loss. So that has been on the docket since 2008. Now, this is an application asking the state for funding to help us fix this. There is no guarantee that, we'll get the funding. There's no guarantee that you'll get, relief of some of the debt. But if we don't apply, they won't tell us ahead of time whether they will give us the There's, they don't want to relieve us of any of that, it's not, we don't have to take it. It's still up to councils in the city to make a decision whether they want to take that over or not. But if we don't apply, we won't know.
So, this is basically a state, we're interested in applying for this fund down the line. That's basically what it is. It doesn't commit us to anything. It doesn't increase anybody's water bills. It's just, hey, we're interested. So in reality, for us not to approve it eliminates any possibility of getting relief for the funding that we need in order to do those projects that we must do in order to help our water system.
And eventually we will have to fix them, and there won't be
have to repair them without this, it's gonna cost the residents $26 million. One way or the other, if we don't get it, it's gonna come out of their pockets, water rates will go up.
They are.
They're spread out over many years, so the water rates won't go up as high because we have to fund the project. And if we don't get the funding, that's another story. But this is just a request to the state to consider our application.
For 29 million.
Thank you.
For 29 million.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dungy, how are you? I didn't get did you send us a copy of the upgraded spreadsheet?
Who was that?
I don't see. Well, I don't know if this errors a week, I haven't seen it, but let me state this. September, I don't really think I know where you stand, you've been very transparent. So, September 23rd, 2024, we had a meeting. The meeting was for you to go over this report. The meeting was also for you to go over the administrative consent order, which these items are contained in. During that meeting, when we came, council members were not allowed to ask not one question.
Right.
That's right. The other four were not. Councilman Priestley did a call for question. They had 5 votes and didn't even ask the questions then, but want us to vote on it now.
Right.
We had no choice, and I don't even know if they read it, but I did. Numerous, matter of fact, the resume types fell apart and with the notes. So when they decide to take with the administrative consent order, which about approximately 10 years, these projects were estimated about $300 million. Now we have to look at tariffs, we have to look at increased labor, material costs, and we don't have the money. So what if we do get the loan? And I know, we don't have to commit to it. They should have thought about that when they voted to accept the administrative consent order. Because they took the responsibility away from the government that poisoned us. They took it away. Now they're saying to residents, well, let's kick this down the road. They don't even let us ask questions. This was voted down before. Then they're going to say, Councilman Murphy was very sick when he came in. When this was passed, it was up for reconsideration. It had failed. He didn't even want to have it done. How much time I got?
See?
We can't say it. Okay, we're gonna start with what was said, because everybody wasn't in agreement with this administrative consent order, and I don't know how he was.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The agreement goes into place for whatever the reason, whether it's by means of the council or whether it is by means of the state just enacting the agreement. If the dates are not met, then what happens?
The state has been working with us, so let's be clear about that. The state has been working with us consistently over this period since we've been dealing with the previous ACO and we've been dealing with the EPA. And so they recognize that there's sometimes capacity issues, there's sometimes other things that create barriers. They've given us latitude. Often they move the date so that we could be
That's taking a little bit further. Because Councilman Murphy didn't approve this at first. Not at all. And he said as long as we didn't, I'll make my second round. He said in this meeting, as long as we don't have the money, he didn't want to, because he fought for the water crisis. He went to Lansing. He protested on the front lawn. And he understood that this was not our burden. Flint residents didn't ask for emergency management because then we had deficit budgets. We're facing a deficit budget tonight. See, we are. And we know that what happened last time is they poisoned Flint. Now all of these projects and these in here should have to be done. We don't even know when you know how much all of them are going to cost now. Because it's not, this is all of them. Do you have any round, and we don't have an EPW record. Another one quick.
Yep.
The last minute was 29
for the one project, but this is how many projects? I think it's 22 on here.
Majority of them have been complete.
So what about our ACO?
So the ACO is to make sure that we complete all of that list. Now, there's also SOPs and items that they would like those to. And then the final thing would be the TMF.
And the TMF report is where we were actually in violation. So the TMF report gave us numerous violations, which is on the report. And we haven't corrected those. So they didn't ask us last year for our vote because they had 5, and they didn't want our opinion. I'm not giving it to them.
Thank you, next person.
So I already stated my reason for not adopting this, and I stand by that. I will not be supporting this.
Thank
On the backs of the taxpayers. So I'm in full aware that this is an alleged application, whether it's approved or denied. To me, it's telling that our state representative is requesting $25 million for nonprofits instead of going for $25 million to pay for this project. They want the residents to bear the cost of this because there's no guarantee of any forgiveness on this loan. But we can go out and request dollars for nonprofits that are unknown because they are not to be found. But apparently they have enough power to request dollars from our state representatives. So to me, I think it's a fundamental disconnect on who's fighting for the residents and who isn't. So I will be not voting for this because the residents need other folks that are fighting for them. Thank you.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, thank you. So, just want to reiterate a question that I believe was asked before, but I just want to do it so the entire body can be clear. So, if we do not get these funds, what will happen?
We'll continue to use majority resolution station as long as we can. We do have 2 newer pumps in there that we put in 2012. They don't quite give enough pressure for the west side town. They keep it substantial, but with the testing that was done, they do recommend bigger pumps. The northwest transmission main, like I said, it's an old main. When it breaks, it's catastrophic. It's large splits. It's usually a citywide boil water notice. We haven't had one in a couple years, but when it does happen, it's catastrophic.
Okay, so when it happens, because it is very old, right? All right, and so it can break after so many days now? Okay, so when it breaks, who's going to look for paying for it?
City of Flint.
Okay, and so we have to come up with that money, right, that we don't have. All right, so I guess my main question is this. So if we do not agree to apply for this money, no one's in the accepting anything. We're applying for the funds to see what's next for the city. So if we don't apply, is it true that the state will still take over and do what they need to do?
So we have been cited the last 2 sanitary surveys as them both being deficient. So that means they recommend that we seek funding to fix that because there will be a failure in the future. So they're warning us and they're putting it in our sanitary survey and letting us know that this is an ongoing issue, that, everything else is replaced. But these 2 items here are old and deficient and we need to start working on the funding.
Okay, so the state will not just, I guess, come in and basically make us get the funding to get it fixed.
They do have some funds on the ACO for it, but they are, like Claudia said in the past, as long as we're making some type of difference,
Okay, all right, thank you so much for answering those questions. So, I just want to clear this up. Councilman Murphy, she's absolutely correct, did not approve this at first, he did not. Until he found out, when we had our closed session, he had all the questions that he had answered about this. And what it boiled down to is, this is needed. If you live on the west side, this could affect you greatly. And then we still have to come up with this money. We still have to get it done. And so this money is just an application. We're just applying for the money to see what we can get, what the term of agreement are. This is not locking us into anything. Just like when you go to the bank or when you apply for a loan, to see how much you're approved for. You understand? No one says that no, but well, now that you apply for the loan, you must get it. That's not, am I correct? All right, so this is just an application. And so if we do not apply, then we won't know. And then we'll still be on the hook for it. So it's good that, again, we handle the purse strings of the city, the budget. And so we're putting ourselves in serious financial risk if we don't at least see what we qualify for, see what the terms of agreements are. They may forgive some, I don't know. But this isn't a luxury item. We have an antiquated system. We only see what's above ground. We don't see what's underground. There's a lot of things working underneath the ground to keep the city moving. He just said that the pipe will fail at any minute because this is what he said. So I'm just telling my colleagues, keep in mind, this isn't locking us into anything. This is just an application. This is just applying for it. Councilman Murphy, he changed his mind because it made sense after he was explained. And so, can we pause my time? Thank you. So, this is serious. And thank you so much for letting us know because you are the expert in it. And so, officer, I don't know who's on the time here.
What is she doing? Damn, officer, when you get up that shit.
I'm trying to speak, but I'm more
Just keep talking.
That is your first warning.
You ain't got to worry about
Because as you said, when you are You are being disorderly.
Take your own. Girl, shut up. That's what
You're being disorderly.
So my point of order is this, Madam Chair. According to the disorderly person city code subsection, any person who prevents the peaceful orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. She received that. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. This is what our residents said that they did not want. So I just wanted to state that for the record again. So the resident as well as the officer will have an understanding, according to our law, our city code subsection, which was not put in place by this body, but it was put in place by everybody before us, and it states that you cannot yell out like that, be disorderly, or you will put yourself in a risk for arrest. So I want to make sure that that's clear as I take my last 10 seconds. Please learn time. This is just an application, and I compel my colleagues, so let's apply it. See what happens. It costs nothing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, for you to Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn, didn't we already have money set aside, funds set aside for these projects?
I'm not a financial person.
Whoa, I told you that.
The Northwest Diversion Aid is going to give us a water service center project. So I think this is all funding.
Okay, so
It seems to me that we had funds set aside for these projects. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore?
Can you pass our time on break? Please come over to that.
They don't know. He came out. Y'all supposed to clap when he came out.
Mr. Moore, it seems to me that we had money set aside for these projects.
All right, then they call.
And Mr. Edwards, maybe you can talk to us about that.
I'm not sure if you're talking about the water projects or the sewer projects, because we have what is the drinking water.
That you can be it's not like this thing.
Our last one came from a temporary.
But she was good. Told the truth.
We completed over almost probably close to 200 million in the projects at the wastewater. Those were the SIF that we brought forward. Those were clean water versus drinking water.
Well, I'm talking about the projects that we have in front of us as far as this loan that we're trying to get.
Were you referring to the funds related to the wind?
Yes, the wind funds.
I'm sorry, the wind, yeah, all the wind funds were dispersed. This project was not. This project was originally part of it as part of the Arcadis, which the Arcadis outlined all the projects that needed to be done. But this project was removed, that's prior to this administration. This project was removed from the Arcadis, structure. And so subsequently, we did all the projects, we did complete all the projects that were related to the Arcadis.
So the wind funds, I guess, are all completed.
That is correct.
So the wind funds is gone.
Gone, wind funds gone.
Right.
Note to self.
I'll give them time.
Flint broke.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the first round discussion? Councilman in the ninth ward.
Thank you. You just spoke to our case report and the fact that this project was taken out. Was it taken out after the report was issued and it was cited, or it didn't even get cited? You're not.
It was taken out. It was taken out after the report was completed, submitted to the city of Flint, indicated the structural infrastructure project that needed to be done. That project was moved prior to implementation.
Okay, but we sort of got an assessment, whatever it was, at that time. We got somewhat of an assessment on this project.
Correct. There's been 3 engineering firms that are related. This project has always been stalled because of money. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's always been stalled because of funding.
So to that, do you know how long ago, because we did last week in the meeting get the report from BLV or whatever.
That's correct.
Do you know when were they commissioned to do their report?
This current, you're talking about BLZ just recent?
Yeah, the 300-page report we got last week. When was that one commissioned? Approximately.
Mr. Miller was directly involved in working with them, talking with them, organizing that piece. I would say it's been maybe 3 months, maybe 4.
Okay. And then you spoke to the clean water monies. If there are any monies remaining in that fund, can any of those be allocated towards this or no? No, not enough. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. So this is and at this point, I'll just be honest and say one of my problems with how this was brought to us. Understanding that DLZ was commissioned to do the report months ago, understanding that the application from the state was opened up back in November, at this point, I see it as inconsiderate, leaning towards disrespectful to give the council on February 27th it was almost like a surprise, not even through on the public hearing, but we got the report and it wasn't on the original agenda. And then we're told that night, this has to be approved by June 1st. The timing of it all just feels like, why do we keep why is this council seemingly continuously put in situations where it has to be tonight because the deadline is tomorrow? It causes for what otherwise might be a clean, easy approval. It causes for questions because something about it now just don't feel right. So I understand that. I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia. Dungy, I'm sorry, Mr. Dungy. Please, I don't mean to offend, Mr. Dungy. I understand that this is an application for funding, and we may not even be approved. Not a guarantee for approval. So at the point where the ACO was approved by this body, we made a commitment at that point to come up with money. And I guess I'll leave it here. When it got approved by this body, what was the plan?
Seems like everyone's had an opportunity to speak in the first round of discussion. I will go ahead and take my time. I do want to point out a couple of things here. One being, I think the statement was made that we had no opportunities to ask questions and was just accepted at the last minute. That being the administrative consent order. My colleague in the sixth ward was kind enough to play a video that proved that questions were able to be asked. Because that was a video of us asking questions. I do also want to point out, go ahead and pause my time.
That's at the adoption time on September 23rd. We did not get it. That was May 8th.
That is an improper point of order. No, that's an improper point of order. That is an improper point of order. I don't need correction. You are going to play video that you were not correcting the means not into that question. That is it. This is my time. As I was saying, we had that administrative consent order in front of us several times. In addition to it being in front of us several times, we can pull up records that show that Mr. Miller was asked for project updates, and he gave project updates to Councilwoman Burns, who asked for them. And so to say that that administrative consent order was just passed at the last minute is deeply inaccurate. I also want to point out again something that has been stated several times. This is a loan application, meaning we don't even know if we'll actually get it. And if we actually get it, we don't have to accept it. Because if we actually get the loan, does it have to come back in front of council to accept?
Yes.
Okay. And then my next question, and I believe someone asked earlier, was the fact that if we do not even try and apply for this, then that means that's $26 million that's on the residents' backs. Either way, correct?
The work that is outlined in that project.
Mr. Edwards, could you speak into your microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry. The work that is outlined in that project has to be done. Our system is
100 years old, so.
I completely understand, but my question is, where will the money come from to fix the system?
Out of the general treasury.
Okay, all right. So again, something that the residents will be responsible for either way. Another question. I want to correct something. Mr. Miller was not the DPW director, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we have that clear and correct for the record. What is your request?
What was his title, is, so you correct?
I'm actually not asking that question, thank you. No problem, you are, it's not your time. Again, as I was saying, thank you for starting my time. He was not the GPW director, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and Mr. Edwards, to your best recollection, the ACO was in front of council for months, correct?
That is correct.
And we were able to ask questions on more than one occasion, that is correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Miller gave an update for projects, that is correct?
Yes.
All right, and then also on that video that was played by my colleague, it was the beginning of you starting to say that the state had been working with the city as far as us being behind the deadlines, correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right, and what has been the working relationship with the city and the state as far as this ACO is concerned?
It was put forth as a continued measure. The state is the principal oversight now. I mean, as we all know, the emergency order at the EPA level is canceled. And so the ACO was the agreement that was going to be put in place to comply with EPA standards. So all parties were in agreement, EPA, Eagle, and the city of Flint, on what those standards would be.
Yeah,
And
we
that
can't get
would
them all.
be
They
a
gonna push
governing
the damn
document.
podium back to the back door.
All right, so where does the administrative consent order stand as of today?
It is in effect.
Correct, that's what I'm asking you. Thank you. And Mr. Dungy, would you please explain to me, please step forward. You said earlier that the west side of the city, they are not getting they're getting just enough water pressure, correct?
So there are select areas
Select
that during the
areas.
testing, they found to be, have issues.
All right, and when systems do not get adequate water pressure, what becomes the condition of the water?
Okay. Well, we have a hard time, supplying residents with proper pressure, they know it's low pressure, it's hard to fight fires if you can't get enough water, it's something we need.
Thank you. And you said that this system is, that you're trying to repair specifically is 100 years old, correct?
Yes.
Would you please explain to me what the west side of the city consists of, what streets, what area is that when we speak west side?
So you're talking Ballinger Road, the Toy Road Booster Station serves the west side of our distribution, which is all El Dorado Drive, Flushing Road, Ballinger.
So El Dorado, Flushing, Ballinger, areas that sometimes are kind of synonymous with being looked at as North End a little bit too, right? Okay, and so what we're saying here is that we are applying for a loan that is of no pressure to us to make sure that the areas that are on the west side, also sometimes confused with the north side, get adequate water pressure on a 100-year-old system that can any minute. And we've had time to discuss this already. Thank you. I yield my time. We're now moving into the second round of discussion. Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
Can you step to the mic, because I'm ready to be clear. On May 8th, we had Mr. Miller, whatever title you want to put him, he was in the acting role of what should have been a DPW director. Are we required to have a DPW director? Per the administrative consent order. Because if not, I'll let you read mine. Because I'm going to put you in a predicament. May 8th, we asked for questions. We asked questions on May 8th. The update came September 23rd, 2024. You looked up the video. So I'm not going to let them lie on the people in the city that has been poisoned. So September 23rd, this report came in, Kevin Miller, DPW manager, director, I don't, whatever his title. That is the role that he was assuming. He assumed the responsibility of what our former DPW directors had. That is a fact. Period. Or what was different from? Not correct either.
That's what I'm saying. I'm correct. On that. No, there wasn't.
the DPW director's full responsibility includes streets and the streets operations.
So what was neglected in his?
He didn't have any control over it.
Okay, was he over our water system? Because this report came from him. He handed me this report. And on this day, on September the 23rd, as I walked back there to talk to him, he told me we had 22 projects, 17 projects, 0% were completed, 5 projects were between 20 and 90% completed. On September the 23rd, we had a council meeting. We didn't get a chance to ask one question about the report he had prepared. Scott Dungy was here, and so was Jeanette Best was here. The video will show that. So upon those projects, we did not have, once we received the update. Do you recollect? Ms. Edwards? Because you're not, you're telling you that this didn't happen.
She made a statement. I didn't.
You agree? But you I'm not the chair.
I'm saying to you that I'm asking you questions, but I'm not going to compete with the order.
Well, that's how she chairs her meeting.
What I find amazing is that every time I've asked lawyers to be quiet, the councilwoman in 6-4 has voted against it. That's not how I chair my meetings. It's the chaos that you want to cause. Now he's telling you he can't. Oh my God.
You're a liar. Mr. Edwards, September 23rd, we did not get a chance to answer one question on this report because they did a call for the question. Look at the video. You agreed to something that's a lie. We are supposed to trust you. Yes.
I agreed that it was presented to you. I didn't say anything about whether you got questions. I agreed that it was presented. It was presented.
And we did not admit that. But we did not ask questions, and she said, no, it's back on. Y'all wrong up here. Y'all gave us no opportunity to even go over this going further. We voted on it. We said, step out of it. Now you want to put this on the backs of the taxpayers and have $4 million deficit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of this?
I want to be clear to the audience and the residents and the broader perspective. This isn't just us giving the approval to apply for a loan. This is us adopting a 340-page document that I promise you only a few people have read on this council. This is a resolution adopting a final project planning document for water system improvements and designating an authorized project representative. So this is us being forced, we get a report literally due the next day. A 340-page document that we have, so this is basically ACO times 2. Part of the loan is us approving this document, but this is not only applying for the loan. This is us approving a document that nobody has read. I'm sure Mr. Edwards and Mr. Dungy have eventually read it. I don't know how to assume you did. This is mind-boggling. The application process, the notice to the intent to apply for the loan was open in November. Why didn't we put together, because the project plan documents weren't due until June 1st, so why didn't this administration come before this body on November 1st and say, let's submit our intent to apply for these documents, or this loan. And then say, we have BLZ, we're going to get a report to prepare us yesterday, instead of giving it to us on May 27th, the last meeting before the deadline, and saying, the world's gonna end if you don't approve this. We don't know if we're gonna be able to get a loan. We don't know how we're gonna pay for it, but the world's gonna end if we don't apply. How is that fair to us, to my colleagues? It's disrespectful, not only to us, but to the residents to say, potentially, you got 1 hour. $30 million in tax revenue.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to join the second round of discussion? Is there anyone else who would like to join the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the second round.
So, we have 15 to play. The first thing is, if the main was correct, well, I'll say this is the money that we do not apply for these funds, then accept them as a whole other ballgame. So, the money will come out of general fund. Is that what you said, Mr. Evans?
Yes, our bill. The main would need to be paid, yes.
Okay. And so, with further information through, the chair to the priest, I heard her say no.
Yes, none of the general fund money will be used for drinking water or sewer improvements, or water or improvements. They all have to come through the enterprise funds.
Okay, thank you for the priest. All right, so this main will affect primarily the west side of the city. That's what I hear. So I heard you mention it was Councilman Pfeiffer's area, and also Councilwoman Burns' area, and then, so if that main was diverse, it'll pretty primarily affect their constituents, right? I mean, their residents.
And she the second one.
What is your request?
My request is, does she know that it's also her board?
Duh.
Thank you, and I definitely appreciate that, because that confirms my yes vote, because what I don't want to do, I don't want the people on Wabash Street.
Wabash.
Wabash. I don't want the people on Wabash Street to have to go through any kind of water uncertainty. But the only thing we have to do is apply for the funding and see what they say in terms of the application for the funding. I want to do all things necessary to protect the residents of the second ward. And also realize that in 2026, whoever's in this seat, they will take on a big portion of the boundary area, the northern area. So I don't want to leave them with a mess. And so I'll be remiss not to support the application of this because it affects my ward. But if it didn't affect my ward, I would definitely vote with my colleagues in the 8th ward and the 6th ward, and I would say no. But because it does, I'm going to say yes. Now, if the 8th ward and the 6th ward, if you have an issue with making sure that this major main is maintained, please reach out to your council people. But as for the second ward, I'm going to do my small part. Where the main is affecting the second ward, this is why I'm voting yes. I'm voting yes to apply for the funding to see what we qualify for and all the perks and benefits thereof. In an ideal world, things will happen on time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Why she cut her off?
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
The fact of the matter is that these projects do need to be completed. And that's per Eagle as well as EPA, correct? So this is a mechanism by which we may be able to pay for them. And if we don't apply for these funds, we don't get them. That's in the story. And I'm not willing to put this on the backs of the water customers to pay for it in full if we have catastrophic failure in our system. Nor do I want to put any fines that we may be charged for failure to do this on the backs of our residents. So I am definitely going to vote for this. I've supported it. Now, I will agree with Councilman in the Ninth Ward about the timing. Too often we get these things at the last minute. That's not on you, Mr. Dungy. I don't know where in the administration, but I know it's not on you. But we really need to have these on a timely basis. So, and this is not something new, this is not something that we haven't said before, but it seems like it's consistent, we need to sign immediately, we need to sign immediately, we need to sign immediately. But this, sometimes signing it immediately, even though it's at the last minute, is the best thing to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and vote for this, but I do want to caution the administration for sending things up again at the last minute with the last meeting in order to approve it before the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the Ninth Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, on Monday, when this came up, there was a motion to suspend it indefinitely because, if I understood correctly, when the motion was originally made, there was a belief that we already passed the application deadline. And then there was some conversation, well, we might not be past the deadline, maybe a little bit more to it than that. Can you tell me, when is the deadline for the loan application?
The deadline for the loan application is June 1st.
June 1st. Okay.
But, however, I would just say that Eagle has been working with us.
Okay. And to speak a little bit to what Councilman in the 8th Ward brought up, Eagle didn't necessarily do us any favors in this resolution because since you all have been up there, we've been talking about a loan, applying for a loan. Nothing on this resolution speaks to a loan. Now, is there, to your knowledge, in the report that we are adopting here the final project plan for DLZ? In that 300+ pages, does it speak specifically to the loan application to your knowledge?
Yes.
It does.
The document, let me say this so that this will be clear. I'm not going to talk about the resolution and I'm not going to talk.
See what I'm saying?
The understanding is that it is the drinking water SRF is a loan. It's a 2.2% loan that stands right now. This is not for just our municipality. It's for all municipalities that apply for this particular loan to do infrastructure projects.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you, and I can see because the title of DWSRF, Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and I get that.
Revolving fund is the key
loan.
word.
Yes, I get that.
Don't try to correct me.
Okay.
Come on, James.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have time, as well as Mr. Alamany. Mr. Alamany? You have the floor.
Mr. Edwards, just want to verify a couple of things. This is just an application to see if we get approved, correct?
That is correct.
And then if it doesn't get passed or we don't find the funding, this will at some point affect our residents.
It will be a project that needs to still be fulfilled.
whether we fulfill it with this particular source of revenue, or we fill it with some other.
I am in agreement with some of what my colleagues said about time.
Nearly called everybody today but Minister Farrakhan.
I had an opportunity to be helpful and such, and then we get the time out of my brush.
They don't say nothing to me. They don't say shit.
Please pause the time. Excuse me.
I'm trying to figure out what's the.
You cannot walk across. We are in the middle of, you cannot walk across. We're in the middle of handling a resolution. I understand, but I'm informing you that you cannot. No, you're fine. I'm just informing you. Yep.
And that's so nice. That was so nice.
See the difference?
I don't need some clarity.
They get away from it.
All right, thank you. Seems like everyone has moved on the second round. Just for clarification, this resolution, which is 25017-T, says that it's a resolution resolving that the city of Flint formally adopts said project planning document and agrees to implement the select alternative improving existing infrastructure and further resolving that the city administrator, a position currently held by Clyde Edwards, is designated as the authorized representative for all activities associated with the project referenced above, including the submittal of said project planning document as the first step in applying to the state of Michigan for water state revolving fund loan to assist in the implementation of the selected alternative. So the way that this resolution reads is that the entity that is attempting to come up with the, that we're hiring to come up with the project planning document, that means that they're coming up with more than just us applying for this fund, correct? There's supposed to be options, right? As to what the city can, as to what the city is supposed to, if we do get the loan and if we do not get the loan, correct?
I'm not aware of that as in
Okay.
I'm about to pay my face.
Okay.
They developed the project.
Right, and so can you, and I know he gave a presentation, so give a brief synopsis of what the project plan is.
So the project plan would be to fix replace the two remaining sections of the northwest transmission main and to thoroughly restore the Torrey Road booster station.
Mr. W., how long have you worked for the city of Flint?
Since September of 19.
Do you think this is a good idea for us to adopt this today?
Yes.
Mr. Moore, how long have you worked in finance?
I've worked for finance my whole life. I've worked for the city of
No, just how long have you worked in finance? We know you haven't been here long.
I've worked my entire life, probably 40 years.
40 years, thank you. Do you suggest that we adopt this today?
This is the cheapest money you're going to find for the project.
This is the cheapest that we're going to find for what?
This is the cheapest money that you're going to be able to borrow for this project.
Okay, this is the cheapest plan that we're going to be able to borrow. I understand. Mr. Edwards, how long have you worked in government? Because you've also worked at the state level, so you're not new to government, you're not new to policy, you're not new to making tough decisions, you're not new to making decisions on behalf of the city of Flint, because in your other position, before this one, when you worked at a higher level of government, you were involved in making decisions for the city of Flint. How long have you worked in government?
39 years.
39 years. Do you suggest that we adopt this today?
Yes, for the same reason that the CFO.
Correct. So, everyone that is standing before us is in agreement today that this 100-year-old system that is applying spotty pressure to certain parts of the city needs to be repaired, and that this is the best alternative that we're going to come up to, whether it has to be the residents taking. All right, this is the roll call vote to adopt, the Governors Council meeting, so to approve Resolution 250173-T, which is the adoption of a final project planning document, water system improvements, designating authorized project representative. Roll call, Madam Secretary. Mr. Ellis.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. No. Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Machette. Yes. Mr. Piper. Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Please say that roll call vote again, for yes or no. The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Resolution 250173-T fails. Moving on to resolution 250188-T, which is the approving of $25,000 for emergency funding for Flint Agency Job Corps Center. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I would like to approve the resolution.
There's been a motion on the floor to approve this resolution. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward, you have the floor.
Who's over this project?
Excuse me, Mr. Edwards?
Shane?
Okay, Mr. Oh, he stepped up. So who, can we pause our time? So who would be able to speak to this? Not this, Mr. Dudley. This is the, yeah. All right, please start your time.
Mr. Edwards, we all heard about what happened with Job Corps, and I've gotten a barrage of phone calls from my residents. Because when they come for roofs, it falls on deaf ears. And how do we pay, how are we getting this money to, it was $25,000 to these people who are Job Corps and needed, because they need immediate help. So how are we getting this to, because I know stuff don't come here immediately. So how is that going to be facilitated and done expeditiously?
You mean after, if you approve it, are you talking about the actual dispersing?
Approval. We're going to put money in their hands that's going to help those young people. And how many of them are there?
That would be a question.
Seamus. Okay, so Seamus is here. Is he going home for the evening or?
No, he stepped out here to family matter.
So, well, if you can't answer the question, I'm not going to vote on this because we don't have anyone who can answer it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the eighth ward.
So, Mr. Edwards, I believe that there is judge put a TRO on the temporary restraining order against eliminating the funding for Job Corps. And the court date is June 17th on that. So with that TRO, is this funding even needed?
No, to your point, that that's a possibility that probably can be delayed, as you pointed out. I wasn't aware of that particular court action, but as you pointed out, this could possibly be delayed until that time, till the decision is made by the courts.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, thank you so much. So understanding that this need, I know that it was a text that went forward, and it had different community leaders on it, and we were able to jump into action. And so what we did, working with the different departments.
Is the time going?
Of course not.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what we did, working with the city, we were able to triage this process, and I believe Ms. Byrne was included on the text. And so we were able to triage this process. And so what we saw was that we have approximately, I'll say 15 to 20 residents that are homeless. And right now we're talking about residents that had Job Corps at primary address, as well as we're looking at individuals that are coming from other campuses back home to Flint, because Job Corps encouraged you to go to a campus outside of your city. And so what they did was they identified those 15 to 20 students. It's still in flux until we find out who's coming back. And they identified, how they identified resources and organizations that are looking to support A lot of people jumped in and they were saying, that they wanted to help. And I would like to commend the residents for stepping in. We had all kinds of people with rental property saying, how can we help? We had all kinds of residents offering up food and meals and so forth. And I would like to read this. This came in from a resident who was at Job Corps. And they said, hey, I was texting you because I'm a student at the Flint Tennessee Job Corps and just seen your comment on this post. It was sent to me and I needed help or resources, at least for tonight. I'm 23 and I have nowhere to go. I have a car, no gas, so I'm at the gas station in Flint. I have no family or anything here. I just need some help for tonight. And so it's imperative that we utilize our funds for this. And so we were able to identify some opioid dollars. And we're talking about that 30% from the opioid dollar that can be used for whatever. They came for the body before and they broke it down. Per the Attorney General, 70% of the opioid dollars must be used for opioid funding, and other 30% is discretionary. And so we were using $25,000 of that discretionary funding to support our Job Corps students. And so I would like to encourage my colleagues to note that information, keep it in mind, and to support this as we support our students that were unjustly kicked out and just given just a few days notice. They were given less than a week notice. Now, we're not even addressing the fact that a lot of people are unemployed. We're talking about just the students that, people have been working there for 20 years plus. Now their job has come to an end. But we want to make sure that we address the students and that we provide them support and resources so they can move forward wherever their education or travels may lead them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion? Her fourth board first.
So, Mr. Pfeiffer's post talked about the judge blocking the Trump administration over. It just hit Reuters.
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, 45 minutes ago. So there was no time for that. You probably didn't even know, I didn't even know that she hadn't said anything. So, but that doesn't mean that they're not close. It's just that they're going to appear on June 17th. And I know that a lot of this funding is coming from grants. Is that correct?
Yes.
The 25,000?
Correct.
Are we able to say who the philanthropic partners and other community groups are going to be helping to support this?
So our Office of Public Health Manager has been meeting since this news broke out with potential community partners to help step in. The idea with this injection emergency fund is that we give those potential 10 to 20 students, is the number I've been given, between 10 and 20, and that could be displaced, to give them more time to be able to find alternative arrangements or possibly stay on site where they are right now. That's another thing we've been looking at to help towards keeping them there. So just initially they were supposed to be out, I think June 30th was the deadline initially, and that changed in a very short notice period of time. They were able to place, I think, about 130 something students, because there's 147 total. But there is between 10 and 20 that will be displaced if there wasn't an injection of cash. I was not aware, as Mr. Pfeiffer mentioned about this. It was brand new news, that's news to me. If you want us to hold this, we can hold this for now until we see what happens. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this verdict. This is going to keep the funding. If I know nothing about that other than the plan and what our plan is now.
Right. Okay. So I think it would job for residents.
They're trying to push this budget.
Have done great things in the city. They've helped in building stuff, working in different organizations, assisting them with whatever they need, as well as learning, getting educated here in high school education. So I think that's a big blow to the city and their youth and the youth that come here. For those people who don't know, Alan Herkenroder, who was a past council president, council member here, came to Flint via Job Corps. and she fell in love with the city as a result of being a member of that organization. So, this ruling kind of throws everything here a little bit, as everything that's happening with the Trump administration has to do, and when the courts get involved. So, I'm gonna wait until the second month to decide whether we can. Thank you.
Councilman in the first ward,
So, you know, job corps is exceptional. Especially those who want to serve the community, provide education, training, and support, along with the housing piece that breaks the cycle of poverty and so forth. When we look at that, I see it was 147 students that's been impacted, and we were able to leverage some of these plans to say,
Yeah, I think out of those 147, in and around 130 or have either moved back to where they came from. I'm
so
not
I
sure.
want to
Thank you.
correct, 125.
Y'all said 147. Which one is it?
You know, we already have a serious homeless problem in the community as it is. And to these kids hanging out there, staying for themselves, and actually into some of the and don't have the support that some other people may have, I think they will go back to their good service. If they don't support them, which is 25, just to give them shelter, so we figure out what's going to happen moving forward with the job force and funding and so forth. And so for that reason, I definitely will support this, because we don't want to see our young people starting not enough issues going on the homelessness and what that brings and drives as well. So this is I think we definitely need this service. So I'm supportive.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Thank you to, Mr. Bennett. Now, I will support any actions we take as a municipality. However, I've been placed a text about, it's on hold, for now. So, I would think that people hold off until it's necessary for us to do so. Their funding is still, I guess, until they
Can I make a suggestion, if I may? Can I make a
Yes.
suggestion? Is it possible that we could maybe make an amendment based on the result of the state, so that at least it could be voted on tonight, and then we, if the funding is needed, we utilize it. If it's decided where the funding is no longer taken away, we actually will continue to fund it, that there's no need for this. So just so that we have something ready, so that we don't have to come back and, the sooner we are able to get that money to the health people, is my point.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. But I will yield and put my time and let the colleagues speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman in the ninth ward, you are the mayor, second. All right, so I'm gonna take my time in the first round of discussion. I am reading the report that did just come out about 45 minutes ago, since the Labor Department is announcing the end of the program. Said it's not cost effective, all of that. And then, as far as the actual court stuff, it says U.S. District Judge Andrew Carter in Manhattan issued a temporary restraining order in a lawsuit filed by a trade group representing contractors that operate Job Corps centers. Carter ordered the government not to terminate Job Corps contractors or stop work at Job Corps centers until a further ruling in the case, and he ordered the Labor Department to appear at a court hearing on June 17th. So that we're working with two things being true here at once, right? This was just ordered today, but unfortunately, Flint Job Corps shut down already. They already sent 125 students back home. And so that's where we got the numbers from them, that 125 students have already been back home, 10 to 20 are currently displaced because they are not from here. And so we're running into a concern of we don't know to appear June 17th. So we don't know if that means Flint Job Corps will be open, if they will allow the students to stay. We have no idea if that means, because we don't know what's going to happen with the ruling on the 17th. What we do know right now is that 10 to 20 people are considered homeless as of right now. I do agree with my colleagues about the language of, please pause my time. What's your request?
Mr. Van said that they have housing until June 3rd?
No, they don't.
No, what, if I can restate what was said. That was the initial, a while back, that was the initial date.
Right, so if we would start my time back.
That was the initial time where Job Corps was supposed to be closed.
So.
And then just last week it was saying, no, we're closing immediately.
Right. And so again, 125 students was in helping meeting. We have 10 to 20 that are displaced. I know we're working with some entities to see if we can get them somewhere to stay. However, those entities, there are costs associated with this, right? So you're running into the fact that you have 10 to 20 people that are displaced. They have toiletries, no food, but there are several different layers that go into this in addition to them needing housing. And so what I would suggest that we do as a body, because I do also agree, because we don't know what is going to happen on the 17th, that maybe we work together right now to amend the wording in a way that makes sense, that this 25,000 is approved on a contingent basis, and not only that, but it's not released all at once. So we know that they're currently displaced at least until the 17th. And so maybe there's some funding that can be placed with them until the 17th. And then after the 17th, we figure out, we see what the court rules, and if people go back to the Job Corps Center, fine, whatever amount of money that was not spent, it cannot be spent for any other reason, and it goes back to wherever we're taking it from here in the city. But if on the 17th we find that they are still displaced, then that plan goes forward with them getting the rest of the 25,000. I would also ask though, that as we're taking a look at this, and we're saying that we want to help them, because again, I think the sentiment up here for everyone is that we do want to help them. We're in the middle of some times where we are in deep uncertainty about what's going to happen. I would ask though, even if we do amend this tonight and say we will release a certain amount of funds to the 17th, is that we release them with the contingency also that we get a plan for what that money is going to go to and why. And that we get a plan here at least by Friday. And because I already know there are some things that are already in the works. And so now that you have new information, I'm assuming that we will see a plan A of this is how we're going to move forward with that 25. And these are the partners that have approached us and we have approached and we're in agreement with. And then a plan B of, okay, well, till June 17th, this is how they will be housed, this is what we'll be using money for, food, clothing, whatever the essentials are. And then if on the 17th, they are allowed to go back to Job Corps, fine, the remaining money will be returned, or if they're not allowed to go back to Job Corps, the remaining money will be used for ABCD. Is that a fair thing to ask if you can say?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're moving into our second round of discussion. I have like 46 seconds left, but if my colleagues would like, if somebody wants, okay, to, go ahead, Councilman Burns. I was gonna say, if somebody wanted to, if we wanted to pause our second round and see if we could work out something with it. No? Okay, no problem. No problem, okay. So we're gonna move over to the second round of discussion. Councilman Burns says.
How do you get this money? How will you get the money to it?
How we, yeah, so.
And how long will it take?
Right, so if the plan is going forward, that will be approved this evening. We have meetings tomorrow. We met with some of the Job Corps today, but we have meetings tomorrow with all these potential entities that will be able to help them in staff helping us. I think the number is 15. I'm hearing different numbers, but I believe it's 15. We're not going to give it to the students directly. The idea is that we would give it to the service providers to offer the service to them, or we would keep them at Job Corps. The main thing is to keep them at the building till June 30th, and just get Job Corps to keep them there.
Who are the service providers?
I don't know who she's meeting with. She is our hospital manager. I don't know who she's meeting with. I know we talked to hospitals. I know we talked to U of M. I know we talked to there's one or two others, but I'm not clear on the names of them. I just know that the main idea was to keep my job.
So we don't have this yet, so, and I know my time is limited. So my other question is, so this is a federally funded program. Has anyone talked to our Congresswoman Donna Ribbon? Because she has something that she's doing this Saturday to ask for funds. Has anyone talked to our state representative Cynthia Neely? Has anyone talked to Senator Peters? And Senator Slockin too? Because I mean, this should not just be, people come to get everything done, and I get they have an emergency, but we have limited funds. Right. We have limited, it's like, where's carcass and people want to pick the bones? Right. And I get that this needs to be done, but did we go to the government who has way more than we got? That's right.
I can answer you if that's, I can answer you. Yes, we have reached out to them out there, and we're waiting for them to get back with us. This is only last week. This is only.
Congresswoman Donald Wilson has something this Saturday.
All I'm saying is we have reached out to them in Washington D.C. and that's all I can say. We haven't reached out for help. So yes, is the answer.
And so we haven't come back and we don't know who are the organizations that are going to be sponsoring the young people 15.
So like I said, the main aim will be to keep them a job corps if we could if possible. Keep them
Yeah,
so they have a place.
and I got a lot of reservations about that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to say? I'll go on to the second round of discussion. Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Here we are starting funding. How did we come up with $25,000?
That's a good question. We just wanted to be able to give them something to get them over until the end of the month. As an emergency injection, based on what we heard, was the needs, and that was the number that came up. Nobody came up with us with an itemized A, B, C, what would be needed, and it came to $25,000. It was based on the needs, based on what was said, $25,000 was the figure that was to help them get through to the original deadline of June 30th, and then from there they would have going where they would have gone with the original plan of closing.
Where's the paperwork? I don't have a problem. Obviously, PR Road is a different animal, and even though the court date is on the 17th, that doesn't mean that the judge is going to rule on the 17th.
That's right.
But in the scheme of things, how much of this will be paid to the service provider as a administrative fee versus how much of those directly to the service? I know you don't have.
I'd be advocating all of it goes straight to the students, so I'll put that on the record. We would want to make sure it's administrative. I'm just telling you what I want to see happen.
You've been talking with different service providers, that they want to be in the job corps building. Can you tell me how the logistics work?
I personally haven't been talking to them. I know that our public health manager has been talking to them.
So you said you've been talking with the hospital and who else?
I can't hear you.
You said you've been talking with the hospital?
I believe it's healthcare providers is what I'm going to say. Health providers.
So how is the healthcare provider going to, what services are they providing for housing?
Again, you have to ask our hospital manager. That's specific.
Yeah, I'll vote for postponement, but I'm not ready to approve it.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Yes, Councilwoman Fitton.
So, let me get this. You don't know the organizations, the other organizations that's putting towards this, crisis for job work?
All I'm relaying, I'm sorry, I could be our Office of Public Health and Manager. This has only been very quickly, it's only been this week, right? We've been doing a lot this week. The Office of Public Health Manager has reached out to community organizations to see who would be willing to step in and help in this situation, in this environment, because it is an emergency. And that's all I know. The only names I've heard is U of M.
So,
That's the one I know.
so this is another case of you all coming to us unprepared, without the answer.
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
I mean, and the thing about this is another case too, of a resolution thrown onto us, given to us with no plans, no plans.
Say it.
You don't even know who is the person that's taking care of this resolution, who is the help?
Our Office of Public Health Manager person didn't feel safe coming
So
here
she's
tonight.
not
She
here.
didn't feel safe coming here tonight.
Get the hell out of here. He's talking shit, we feel safe coming here, and you shouldn't get no damn money then. The lady that he talking about, he talking shit, feel safe. And you asking for money? She asking for money, but she don't feel safe. When she go out her front door, you ain't safe anyway.
No, she is not here. She is a new person to this whole arena. So that event that took place, we'll just call it an event, that took place, didn't go to shake her up. She's been here only 2 weeks. So that was an event that event left an impression on her. She's very much interested in staying with the job. I interviewed her myself. She's an excellent person.
We don't know.
She comes out and working with I'm sorry. She comes out working with over there with Senator Hannan in that program. And she is committed.
We don't know.
She enjoys the work. But yes, that event did shake her up a bit. So she was given that option.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So if she can be here, how come she can give the information to someone because she knew, or you guys knew that you would be presenting this tonight to council, and we were gonna ask questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
So, the series of events happened kind of quick. It wasn't like we had a lot of time. They dropped the order that the kids had to leave, then they started packing people up. It happened that fast. So I don't want our colleagues to get the wrong impression that they've been sitting on this. And it's like the council learned, she received a text calling us to action immediately this weekend. So some of us, we sprung into action. And this is the action. And so, working with this, I can answer some of these questions. So we asked about some of the organizations that are helping. The crossover ministries, they're on standby. R.L. Jones Center, they have offered. Other local churches, including Christian Faith Love Center, they have offered. The Greater Flint Health Coalition, they also said they'd be a partner as well. We have a lot of nonprofit organizations that have stepped up. And they're getting a fiduciary fee. The key is to make sure we get these students stable. Because we do not need any more people homeless on the streets. We have people sleeping in different parking lots at the mall. And we don't want people's future to be in flux just because they didn't present it in a timely manner to us. This is an untimely event. Job Corps been around for 31 years. For in the city of Flint, came here in 1994. And so since they've been here since that long, in less than a week, they decided to dissolve it and kick the people out. So this is a matter of precedent. This is not a hand clapping moment. These are students' lives. The community, they're watching. The community, they're asking for us to do this. You all heard the text message that I read in the record. This is important, not just to us, but for these young people that decided that they were going to better themselves through job corps and have their security snatched directly from under them. $25,000 is a small amount. And also, so they're in talk with the U of M Flint to make sure that they secure apartments, 4 apartments, with 4 students per apartment. And then they also agreed that Job Corps will be providing 4 staff to be on site for the students. So this is worked out. When we just open our mind and our hearts to the greater situation, we can make things happen. But I don't want, because I'm not homeless. And so I don't want to not assist individuals that are not.
For the last 49 years here.
This is not their doing. So let's make sure that we're supporting our youth. This is what our community said. They want support for the youth. Well, thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round of
Southwestern
discussion?
last year.
Councilman in the ninth.
The kids were trying to talk about a better school.
Through you to, Mr. Bennett. We were just shared a list of some community partners that have come together in Texas Academy. Do you know if that entire group and their resources have been made available to the city of Flint for partnership?
I guess, as I said, our Office of Public Health Manager has been in contact with numerous organizations. I wish he was here tonight.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
So I just named the organizations that were assisted.
But we ain't got no paperwork.
Please.
Come on now.
What is your point of order?
Right.
Mr. Jared has the floor. He can decide whether he wants to respond to you or not. Please make sure we're posing it. Questions. Thank you. Please start the time.
Thank you.
Request information, Mr. Jared.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
So, Mr. Jared, are you aware that Crossover Outreach Ministries, our Jones Center, the Greater Flint Health Coalition, as well as Crystal Faith Love Center and other churches, as well as the U of Flint, they have agreed to supply resources to help the students.
Tell them to give them the money.
Thank you. Councilman in the 8th Ward, please keep the time going. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you had a point of order. What is your point of order? All right, so the reason I'm going to rule that that was proper is because the information she gave may help him with his next vote. Please allow Mr. Jared to decide whether he wants to tell her yes or no, and he can continue his time however he desires. Please start his time.
I appreciate, again, the list. What I'm trying to confirm is that that list has been brought to the city, and they are part of a citywide collective, and not just a over here community group. But I understand that's not you tonight. So my other question is, if I understand, there is a meeting tomorrow which may include some of those organizations. And what I'm trying to understand and would like to know is what resources they are willing to bring versus what resources they're looking to manage if they are provided in this $25,000 resolution. Because I too, when you said service providers, I'm like, ooh, that's not a word I want to hear, because typically that comes with some type of administrative fee associated. So if more of the service can be provided by these organizations in collaboration in kind, yay. But if the organizations are only in, because I also heard earlier something about persons who own rental properties and being willing to use those, again, a willingness to use them or have them be used versus donating are two different things. So I would want to hear and understand, and again, I also get that they have a business that they're trying to run. So yeah, we'll let them run it, but to be able to understand where the balance is what I would like to understand further.
All right, is there anyone else in the second councilwoman in the fourth ward?
Is it possible that if we postpone this resolution to the end of the agenda, that you can get some of those answers for us tonight?
Paul?
Yeah, we'll make that.
Okay, so I make a motion to postpone this.
We're in the middle of the second round. Everyone has not had an opportunity to speak.
They have that. Okay.
Well, you can't tell Candace what to do. She coming for you, Judy.
I make a motion to postpone this to finance.
We ain't gonna never make it there. They trying to get it passed, and she's sending it back to committee. Judy said, that's your finance chair. Send it back to committee, dummy. That's just smart. They in council meeting, but she want to send it back to committee.
Because she's trying to pass the shit. She's trying to
It's gonna be stuck in committee.
They're not tomorrow anyway.
They got a committee meeting after this.
So is your request information?
So, is it possible for us to postpone this to special affairs to give the lady, the new navigator, this lady, sorry, I want to call her, the public health specialist, an opportunity to come here and let us know?
What y'all doing? Because I'm not going for it because I wanted my second round. So I don't care what y'all do. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Because Candace will come back on your ass.
Dr. Lewis?
Judy cut her off, fucked her up.
Ms. Priest?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mache? No. Mr. Piper? Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Voting 6 yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
No.
Yeah, they forgot he come.
5 yes, 3 no. Ms. Winters, please stop yelling out. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. This is being postponed to tonight's finance meeting.
It don't matter, she just called him back.
Resolution 250-10-G, which is the adoption of fiscal year 2026 budget. What is the pleasure of the body? This is a final resolution of the special meeting. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There's been a motion to approve. Is there support? It's moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion? I'm sorry, Councilman in the eighth ward, you asked for the floor.
So I'm gonna make the same amendments that I made, the other night in the turnout support.
That's why this stuff ain't gonna pass.
I will just, be ready to vote on the budget in its entirety. At this point, if the other counties aren't willing to, make necessary cuts, and then if needed, the administration can bring forth budget amendments to support their individual projects or whatever they want to do. But if they want to hang the entirety of the employees and the residents to make sure that they have their pork in the budget, I guess we'll see how the vote goes. But if the First Amendment fails, then let's just vote on the whole thing and see how it goes, because I'm not gonna sit here and waste all my night and make amendments if they're just gonna be voted down when it's clear that we can get through a budget, and I'm willing to vote for a budget, but it needs to be a balanced budget. So my eyes on a balanced budget, and I know there's other verbiage. My eyes on a balanced budget, and the way every person on this council and every audience and resident in the city is, you can't spend more than you bring in.
That's right.
And it's clear that they are only using the balanced budget verbiage because of the $40 million ARPA transfer.
There you go. There you go. Yep.
Because of ARPA.
Yep.
That is a fact.
Fact.
So I'll let my other colleagues speak in the first round, and we will make amendments. And then, obviously, if the amendments fail, then I will stop making amendments, and we'll just vote and see how the vote goes.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the sixth ward. Yes, would you please, I believe she asked for Mr. Rohr, Mr. Edwards, and, I'm not sure the last name, Mr. Paul.
So with this, because everything.
She know we don't do shit.
It has not received 5 votes. So we did receive, and I did have a, Ms. Gerald, we did, my computer died.
I did send it to you. I know the internet has been spotty here in the chambers, but the amendments from the letter that was submitted to council on Monday included cuts of $700,000 from the district court budget.
Yeah, I don't have that. Can we get those straight out? Sure. Because no one I didn't bring up it. So if Mr. Police 500,000, fire 400, city council 33,000, our travel budget, that's what is in opposition. So that was a total of 933,000. Then you had a total of 895,942 from other positions that are currently vacant, which gave us 1.8 million in cuts. So if we're looking at, and this is what you guys said, I don't have the average one, but to review it, but I will review what we have this meeting.
Point of information, I'm going to go ahead and.
So I'm going to acknowledge you first.
She's not gonna dance. She's mad at booking everything here.
And here's the thing, all the formalities for me this morning, thank you for answering. I just want to let's get down to it. So is there any, show me where, or can you tell me where in the budget that you see we can reach the 4 million? Other areas, and I guess I have to look at that. John, you grabbing stuff off the printer, I got some stuff on there already, our case report. So tell us where you feel that we can take more to equal that. This is, you see day-to-day operations. So you should be able to best tell us when you feel we can take the cuts once we get the other money back in later, then the budget is accepted, and then go from there. Tell us where you see it, or Paul, or Clyde, because I am also in agreement that, when we're listening to the budget, we still don't know what everyone does in the mayor's office. We don't, unless I'm listening to that, the list of what people get, the list of their salaries, I don't see it. So tell us where you'd like to see, or if you'd not like to see, we may have to make a cut.
The city currently has 85 vacant positions. And that was very typical. We usually about between 85 and 100 vacant positions any day, any month during the year. Historically, we have always budgeted for 100% of all positions being occupied.
So somebody's like, I'm not willing to, and people don't know, we really don't have secretaries, we are our own secretary. So I don't know how I'm not approved to be city council administrative secretary or city clerk's record, because those are very limited departments, very. And so you're saying, what other area? And you didn't print us off a line, you have the line item, right?
We do have line item, yes.
I need that. Because you tell them it's just not working. I mean, when we ask, I would, and we probably, if the budget tonight, these are limited, I need that. I want the line item so I can look at it. I don't mind reading, because this is not satisfactory to me for us to get this. And we know that according to the city charter, that when it is budget time, that first Monday, that the administration is to, according to page 61, Article 7, present us with a balanced budget.
The balanced budget is based on the state law. State law says that you take revenues plus fund balance plus expenditures.
Okay.
And that's what we have done.
Yeah.
Now, the budget that we have presented was prepared in March. There are a number of items that we did not know in March that we know today.
Right.
That have, are going to be decreasing either revenues or decreasing expenditures. And those factors have made the budget much more positive. Now, I'm personally convinced that the budget is going to be adding money from the not starting from.
When that money comes in.
Because we don't have any factors. We don't have any factors for vacancies. We assume that the budget, all positions are filled 100% of the time. And we know that's not going to be the case, and that is not the case.
So, again, where do you think we should cut $4 million?
I think if you look at the letter that we sent you, that is more than, I thought it's over $2 million.
Mr. Moore.
But if you take the cuts that we have presented, if you factor in that, when we presented what we did not know that we had the income tax revenue, that we were unaware who owed and how much. We now have that information. The state says maybe we should be able to collect $2 million. I'm a little bit more skeptical. First year we ought to plan for less than that. But that's still going to be a positive. We're going to have some revenue from that.
When will we have that?
Pardon? That's not in the budget right now. Because we did not know that exists or that opportunity exists when we presented it.
It is difficult to understand who this is. It really is. So,
RL, you gotta stop yelling out.
When will we, so do you see areas that Mr. Jeremy, deputy and the director, you may have a different eye for numbers. Do you see any departments that will, until we balance when we get in our grants? Because literally, I just wanted to send you an article for my computer line. I guess the government said there's gonna be more cuts or, things to the government. I am really concerned with, as much as this administration is gutting things, where are these grants that we are expecting money to come from? I'm not, where would your eyes see, because this one that we got, which is 500, total like 1.8 million, which are potential, one was in capital, reduces what is in capital projects. That was to be, I don't know how city council is a capital project for travel.
City council needs capital purchases.
That's it,
Historically, the city council has had a budget for capital items, but you haven't spent very much.
Oh, okay. So city council had a budget for that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And so, I think we need to get to what would be the 4 million. And then get a budget passed. And I know my colleagues want to go over a couple more things, but if you could email me the budget, how many pages is it?
I don't know, this is big, a lot of companies.
Like 300? Fine.
Is that right?
About 8,000? Yeah, but that's fine.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
In the charter, it says the city of Flint shall maintain a balanced budget in accordance with state law. And I read the state law earlier. And the balance for the charter and for state law is balanced. Now, I don't know how many people get at the April financial statement. But through the end of April, that's 83% of the year. We have only expended 53% of the budget. Right now, we're at 77% of the year. With expenditure of 53%, and we will be increasing our fund balance.
That's correct.
So, that's one reason why I'm not so worried about what they call the deficit. Also, because you and I have spoken about the income tax reflection, the impact. And they ran a trial run on the collection, how much was collected for 1 year.
Was 2022.
2022, and how much money was that?
$2 million.
How many?
$2 million.
So that's $2 million that we should expect to start that for, they're going to start that for fiscal year 26, correct? Or for the calendar year 25?
The addition will start talking in 26, but they're giving us the data that we can collect 22, 23, 24, 25.
So we'll be able to collect upwards of $6 million, probably closer to 2. That would be more realistic. I can see the rest of it being ignored. So that's another $2 million that we would be collecting next year, which is not accounted for in the budget. So, I'll listen to any cuts that they have that are reasonable, but I went back and looked at budgets prepared for the last several years. And I only saw one budget that was zero, the expenditures from in the last 7-8 years. So, this is not a new thing, but in the end, we end up having a better fund balance, and I expect that to happen for last year's, or we can finally the audit done. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Yes, Councilwoman in the floor.
Kids, the proposed budget shows a $4.2 million deficit. Now, in my research and going over the budget and everything that I have, the mayor's office, the executive department, has roughly, I would say, a 1.3 to a $1.5 million, or to a $1.5 million increase.
Wow.
So, I would think that we would cut that executive department. And perhaps when we get those grants that you're talking about, Mr. Moore, and that income tax revenue in, maybe we can amend the budget to put some more funds back into the executive department. But for now, I would think that we would need to cut that and take it all the way back.
Yeah.
Because that's too top heavy, as far as I'm concerned. I see this memo that we received. We have a few capital projects that can probably be cut. The police department, 500,000, fire, 400,000. As well as the city council, 33,000, but what capital improvements do you have as far as the city council? Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore, what was it?
I'm not sure any project was identified, but there's been a budget for capital items for the city council over the years. It's very rarely spent.
I can't understand, Minister. So we didn't spend the funds that we had for capital projects?
Yes.
And then we have, let me see, the 85 vacant positions, the following selected positions would produce the estimated savings. We have some current vacant positions on here that did not get fulfilled. And I see, as far as the city council, one position for administrative secretary, and then one position for records clerk. And then we have some other positions listed here. But some of these positions, as far as city council, we can't go without. And the city clerk, the records clerk, and downstairs, I don't think we can go without those positions and need to be filled. But I would think that the executive department, which is top heavy, we would need to cut some of that. And as we get those grants in, then perhaps we can refund that department, put that money back into that department. And that's all I have to say for now. I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues, and I look forward to making some of these cuts as needed to bring us close that gap of that 4.2 deficit.
If they didn't need their ass,
I'm not going to go on this budget if this budget is not balanced. Thank you.
Liddell gonna have a nervous breakdown.
All right, since there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. I do have a couple of questions, because once you start talking about making cuts and all that other stuff, we need to be clear on what we're cutting. So when we say 500,000 for the police for capital expenditures, what was that 500,000 proposed for? Like, how important is that to the department?
all the cuts that were proposed are important to all the departments.
No, I'm clear that all of these are important to departments, but I'm asking you. We agreed to cut $500,000 now from the police tonight for capital expenditures. What do they lose? What are they not able to do? What is affected by that?
This would be the new training center, the dollars that they allocated for the upcoming year.
The what training center?
The new police and fire training center.
Okay, so that would affect the new training center that is slated to bring us in revenue once it's done.
Those are something that both departments, administration, and we believe the city council is supportive of.
This $500,000 that we're proposing to cut is for the new training center that is going to bring revenue to the city. So you're proposing to cut something that's going to bring revenue.
That one that we also recommended that we funded for the initial budget. But if you look at the balanced budget, that is how much
Mr. Moore, I need you to talk into me.
Yes, hell, if his mama
Our budget proposed that we fund the police training center. But if we have to cut the budget to make revenues and expenditures equal, that would be one of the items that we cut. Capital is usually one of the first items that goes in a budget.
No, I understand that, it says that on the paper, but what I'm asking you is because again, no part of this budget can be taken lightly.
Right.
So if we are proposing to remove $500,000 for a facility that is slated to bring us in revenue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then from the fire department, there's $400,000.
Same project.
Same thing, same project. City council, what's the $33,000? What are the expenditures?
I really don't know the city council has traditionally had a budget for capital items, but the city council normally does not spend their budget for capital.
Right, I need Clerk Donahue here because we had money for $33,000 for capital expenditures, but we gave ARPA money for some other stuff that we said we didn't have money for any other way. But we had $33,000 this year, so I need some explanations on that one. Then let's look at these other positions. I will agree with my colleagues, right? So, council, we already do not have staff. So you want to cut an administrative secretary that, albeit it's not on you that that person wasn't hired, that's something that council will have to deal with internally for ourselves to figure out why a position that is currently vacant. That's not on you to figure out though. Records clerk, we obviously need a records clerk, but I'm gonna be honest. As much as I would not like to cut the records clerk because we absolutely need one, I'm amenable to that. The cyber intelligence officer, we had a huge issue that occurred that literally shut down our city for about a month or two, right? In the sense that we couldn't conduct business in the same way. It could have been worse because we could have been like McLaren going months in trouble because we were hacked. I will not agree to cut a cyber intelligence officer. We need a cyber intelligence officer. We cannot afford to be held hostage again using technology. We have no way out of that, but we have to contract other people. You see what I'm saying? We have an opportunity to give ourselves the best line of defense and not have to go out and contract more people. Mr. Edwards, am I understanding that position correctly by saying that?
Yeah, I just would add to the situation that the IT department did get a cyber specialist.
Okay.
So, yeah, we realized that that was absolutely important, that we needed to have that. This person was going to fulfill a different area as it related to the cyber.
Can you explain? I got like 25 seconds, so you can have like 20.
Just we have a cyber security person. But this is just overall looking at cyber events and activities throughout the entire city was what this person would have done.
And that's not something that the person that we have in IT could have done?
No, the current person's job is to oversee cyber security.
All right, Mr. Edwards, that is my time. We're gonna have to move to the second round of discussion. Is there someone who would like to Councilwoman in the sixth ward?
I think if I got the phone next time. Email us, somebody got a laptop up there? Send us the line item, please.
because that way we're not looking at this blindly. Even with the last one that Attorney Gurley gave us, piecemealing it. I appreciate what she did, we can look at it ourselves. The district court can say it would be cut by $700,000. You know, that one was just that, which would give them 2.5. But I'm not agreeing with those cuts, so I would like to look at it where I make any other decision, get my colleagues, and along with, of course, the city attorney, the line item. When y'all got enough time to send to? Mr. Everett? Because we're going to be here till tomorrow at this rate, because until we see that, if we're really like spinning our wheels. Because, I mean, the things that are picking out, we can't even see it because we don't have it. I want to see the line item before I make any other decision. And if we can get it while we're here, because that's just forwarding it. If we can get that, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilman April, you have the floor.
My colleague in the ninth ward just pointed something out to me. So the budget we were proposed isn't the same budget that's in our agenda. So which one are we approving?
The one that, is in the, packet we approved, there's a couple of minor changes. One, remove 2 positions from the air job.
So the one in the agenda is the one that you said we need to approve?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, the one that were presented by yourself and the mayor show a $4 million deficit. The one that you're trying to sneak through shows a $13.4 million deficit.
Meeting adjourned.
I mentioned that we, looked at the $13 that we spent on this fiscal year. And the difference is adding those, reappropriating our dollars that won't be spent this year, the same project for next year.
Because this is showing.
Otherwise, what will happen is projects that we have undergoing, the ARP dollars will have to stop until we reappropriate those dollars.
So what is the actual deficit that, because the budget that we were.
The budget that you had originally showed there's, $1.5 million from ARPA dollars, that's for the third year.
Okay, I'm running out of time. What is the actual deficit between, and what I'm calling deficit, the difference between revenue and expenditures? Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a recess so I can.
Right.
Because this is.
Flint broke.
Bullshit.
Flint broke.
We're saying bullshit.
Flint broke.
No, we don't need all that. But they should have that.
No offense, you can't provide documents.
The change would be the ARPA dollars.
All right, the chair is ordering a recess of 15 minutes with no objection.
He up there explaining.
Footage. I got a real running loose. I was like, sorry, the girl's fucking sweating.
13 million.
Oh, it's crazy. And it's crazy how that, dude, I just confirmed from the lady, 55 million gallons of toxic water per day pumped into the Flint. Man, it's about the real our hunting and fishing. They're talking past basic. She's saying, Hey, that 13 million woke me up. I was back here asleep. 13 million, what the hell? I'm something still in left and right. 13 million. God damn, what the city of Flint pulled in? 50 million? 52? Oh, Lord. I'm just saying, 13 million.
Judy ain't no accountant. Judy's a stone cold liar.
Listen, the same shit she's doing here, they started doing that shit a year ago. I said, you know what's funny? This time they changed the rules. In the Flint household, the Republican Party has the same fucking
Man, they was still in here so high. Damn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They ain't lying, show me the money.
She told me herself.
And the way they wearing them, as far as Liddell and Candace, got the worst hairdos. Unbelievable all that money that they stole. Unbelievable. All that money that they stole. Unbelievable. That $13 million was wow. Facts. You right about that, Miss Jimmy. They ain't got to check nothing. Now they got to do their checking, and it's like, wowza. Man, we can tell that they ain't investing in keeping their hair and appearance. Shit. My, that marriage sent the opinion wanted to take 700,000 and 400,000 for certain ones. Man, what time is it anyway?
9:13.
I gotta order me and my boys some. Something to eat. Hey, Windsor, let me see your phone. I need to call my boys and tell them my business.
That was what I asked her.
You gotta open it up.
Anyways, that was crazy. Thank you. That's the shit. I just don't like that they use it.
How you come out of it? How you come out of it? I can't even get out of there. Yeah. Mango. I'm good.
TikTok or whatever they call it.
Hey, don't forget to, hey, Jason, don't forget I got your thing over here. No, I said when it's over, don't forget I got your thing.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
It was just a handout to the police. I just want to hand, I'm trying to hand
No,
it
no,
to
no, no, I'm talking about this.
You guys taking it out?
No, I was just saying, I was letting you know it's still over here. That's all
Yeah, I
I was saying.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Man, the Constitution guy, he got arrested earlier. So he just got his oath cracked.
Tanya, them nigga, hey, straight up Tanya. Now watch this. Watch this. Look at this. Is you sharing? I put it right on here to let everybody know. Yeah, I thought we was on some unity. She broke the Tanya broke the piece.
y'all.
She broke the piece. She broke the piece.
We hungry as hell. We didn't be here
Y'all
for.
just heard what they didn't get as a separate budget.
The 13 million. When
Man,
y'all
it's time to
let us
go
know about
home.
that?
Y'all can't figure that out tonight. They don't even know they gave y'all this.
Somebody got it
For 13 million. That's 11 some more million.
How the hell they slip that in there? No, I want some damn food. We can go get some food.
But that 13 million woke me up. I was back here sleeping, was snoring and everything.
I just ate some chips.
I was back here snoring and everything till I heard that 13.
That's not the budget.
Wow. He did the rigmarole on
He sure did.
He put the rigmarole on their asses. Did the rigmarole. No, I ain't going nowhere. I told him right there. I'm hungry as shit. Thank Councilwoman Tanya Burns. Shit, I ain't gonna lie.
6 hours, you ain't gonna go get us no food.
To where he sent it to?
To you.
Motherfucker, right here. Man, I gotta see on here. Oh, yeah.
JWC, this is not the time, JWC. This is not the time, JWC. We need you back up there to figure out where that $13 million is at.
Again, I got this from Tanya. Tanya gave me that about her.
Where them damn two budgets that came from.
Oh, Mr. Moore don't know where to go.
One came from Ed, one came from the mayor.
Yeah, right. That was interesting.
Oh, time up. The buzzer working today. Time up. 1, 2, 3. Call them back to your seat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Call them in order. I'm just saying, call them in order. Come on, if it was public speaking, y'all be calling it the order. Let's go. Hell, I don't know. I didn't.
Obviously,
Said.
trying to hear this part.
Ain't no one's about to get past it. They just slipped through another budget. It's time to go. Shit, they got a whole new series of meetings coming up. They got a new budget.
13 million. I'm gonna cut 4 off. But you talking about
Dennis. How far? You said it's $13 million off.
God.
14 million.
24. Get your ass up there and go see what he said.
13.4.
13.4.
God,
Dang. 13.4 million. I'll be sure to report that tomorrow on the bubble.
13.4 million motherfucking dollars short. The budget.
Get Lucifer out your ear.
$13.4 million.
Dennis, get Lucifer out your ear. Your side of your head gonna get the burden, Dennis.
13. Wow.
Don't talk to her, Dennis. She gonna turn into the candy man. You say her name 3 times.
13.4.
13.4 million.
And the city's 40 and 64.
Yep. What the hell? What the helly? What the helly budget?
74. So with the budget.
Look at what the queen auntie with the
So what the budget was 70.
No, that's candy. So rude could be. You
want to say something to Jon Snow's camera?
What the hell? What the hell? How the hell we get one budget?
All right, we are back from recess. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
$13 million off.
There's nothing shady though, right? Just 13 million. Who cares, right? Dump toxic water wouldn't sell for 13 million. Who cares?
The CFO that came from the city of Alma, they had to resign.
Ms. Burns.
Chief financial officer.
President. Mr. Piper. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Allen.
Dust yourself off, Dennis. Judy touched him. That's fire.
Judy did all that lying.
I believe so.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we extend the spending levels of fiscal year 2025 for 60 days to include no additional excess spending, no hiring, just keeping it, paying our bills that they currently are, so no services will be lost, no employees will be laid off for the next 60 days. And I so
So there's been a motion on the floor to keep the current spending for the next 60 days. And it's been supported by a councilwoman in the fourth ward. Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would you run to add some language with the intent of working on the current behavior budget for fiscal year 2026?
I would like to add the effort that all council members put forward the good work efforts to reduce spending in line with spending in line with budget.
He said suspended
Thank you.
for 60 days.
Yeah. All right. So that is the motion on the floor. It has been supported by the councilman in the fourth ward. Yes. Could you all read back the motion that's on the floor? Okay, I have, suspend the budget for 60 days, no, all council put in the effort, no hiring, effect, spending on, with administration.
What'd she say?
Can you say that last part again? I don't think that part is what we're bringing to my side. Okay, all council put in the effort to work on the budget, suspend the budget for 60 days, no hiring, in effect, and work on the spending line with the administration.
She don't get into
And
all
no
this.
excessive spending.
That's salt and pepper right there. They filling in for Davina.
Madam Clerk, you said extend, not suspend, right? Extend. Extend. Extend.
Y'all giving salt and pepper a hard time. They just filling in.
Yeah, not suspend, extend the fiscal year 25 for 60 days at current spending levels to include no hiring, no additional excess spending, and and all council members want to give forth effort to work with the administration to amend and adopt a budget in line with expenses and revenue.
Request information.
He gonna do a hell of a press conference tomorrow.
Can we also include no layoffs?
Yeah, that's what, when we fight extending.
Pay attention.
No layoffs, no hiring, no.
Yeah.
All vendors, employees will be paid, there's no
Yeah.
layoffs.
We are extending. But I think that's good that we say that out loud.
Obviously, if the administration wants to get rid of an employee or terminate an employee, that's beyond this scope.
Right. But we need as far as this, yeah.
You need to put some money in the budget for some new weeds.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me, no.
Madam Secretary.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, do you have on there that we'll be working on fiscal year 26?
Yes.
That's the budget we'll be working on.
Fiscal year 26.
Okay.
We just need that read back. It's a whole lot. We just need it read back. I think she's still reading this.
They need to go to the next resolution or postpone it. This the budget, this the budget. What happened to the job for a month? Shit, I got lost in the sauce. I'm not staying down here for no more. We've been down here all damn day, and it's like we work down here. You have to buy my food. What do you need? Where you want to get that?
And adopt the budget in line with expenses. All council members put in the effort, no layoffs, no hiring, no excessive spending, for fiscal 2026, fiscal year 2026.
Shit, it ain't gonna be
So can we, Attorney Gurley, could you please, just so that we all on the same page, could you?
Well, why don't they read it back since they keep messing up?
We will go into a 6-minute recess.
Damn, come on, man. Damn, y'all can't get a resolution right. You know, they can't even get a damn resolution right. Shit.
They need to study at home. They put some stuff that shit out.
Don't talk to her, Jerry. You might get hypnotized to some shit. See you later, Clyde. You gone? But you ain't gonna probably ain't gonna play. You gone? Oh, you ain't gone?
I'm out after you. Oh shit.
Ain't nobody stand for all them meetings. You know they gonna break for once they do the... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We just gonna say word on the street. And you know my word be 99.9% accurate that they gonna make quorum after this meeting.
I got $10. It's gonna be a big blow up.
Hey, I bet you a millionaire ARPA money that they break quorum.
No, I'm not a gambler.
We'll send Sheldon up here because he gambles every day. Make sure you tell him I said that, Clyde. Tell him it came from Winchester.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm still. I'm trying to figure out, man, how they can get 13.4 million. I'm trying to see that. That 13.4 million woke me up. I was back here at 9 hours.
Right, and a deeper. So 60 days to get us to the election.
I don't know how you gonna put that 13.4 million.
Hold on. It's Councilwoman Burns.
I was back here snoring and everything.
That ain't the one that's not across the top.
No, this is not what it is.
Is this in our packet from today?
It's something in They make you enough to run the city for another 60 days. You have to freeze off spending. Find out what's going on.
This is a hell of a time to find out.
They've always got the 5 hours. That order is everybody else is more from the work. Oh, shit, really? Yeah.
We still got 3 more weeks.
Listen, they gonna be like, look, they gonna be like.
Stand up against the window in the aisleway, officer. They found it tonight, y'all. I'm telling you, when council writes their own stuff. Come here, Ms. Burns. It's about Councilwoman Burns about to tell me the scoop.
Hold on. Badass numbers. In parentheses, $13,452, $452,600 or $800, whatever the last numbers. That is our deficit. And it's in parentheses.
Bye, Delegate Sandy. Thank you. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. It might be another.
And this is not the same budget that we received. Oh, it's the fake budget. Put that out there. So your budget presentation that we're doing is for another budget. That was before we went for 14. This one is 13 million. So tonight I gotta get back up there. 4 million or 13 million?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. I'm taping you, taping me, Janet. Janet. Jason. I called him Janet.
So So he said that two did the fumble. So he said one budget for them to pass it. And then put the real one up there like
He bought. It's like. When I get hungry, I'm gonna start busting you across your head. Oh, the council whisper.
How you feel about that 13.4?
The council
I don't want to
whisper.
hear nothing now.
Let's hear about the good job that they did now. Now get your ass up here on this camera and tell them about the good job that they doing now. They done came up with the 13 damn million. They crip walking in here after they. No, let the council whisper and tell us about that $13 million they just found. Okay.
Right. I agree. There's some funny stuff going on. But I needed to talk to you.
Oh, okay. He need to talk to me off the record.
Counseling.
Oh, you need counseling?
Yeah. I gotta have your opinion.
My opinions cost, man. And I gotta pay Mickey 35%. You need our cash.
Now they sell them all at the end of the year. Curves don't work for the last 2 years. It's always breaking. So if they confiscate one, we should have a better chance at getting paid. At the end of the year, they sell them at auction. They don't sell guns no more. But if anything like laptops and all that shit comes, cars, they sell that shit. Well, that's what I said. That's what I was on. I said, you want me to go check tomorrow? I said, Eric, you telling me? I just said, damn.
Look, he up there, he trying to explain with all that spit in his mouth. He need one of them dental. They need to give him like one of them dental, them things that you have at the dentist where they can suction out some of that spit in his mouth before he go up there and talk. You ain't lying, Keisha Denise. The worst day in his life. Now he gonna make everybody else suffer. Hey, Miss Claire, you going home? Miss Claire. Miss Claire, Mama Claire. Cause they not gonna, they let you go home.
They just played the game. They just playing something in the game. That little bunch They said, all that I went to the state to put Taking something, and Judy acted like she couldn't catch it, but she the finance chick. Went to sleep at the
Come on, let's go now. Wasn't that 6 minutes? How long was this recess?
You see how hard they're over there working with the sitting there trying to get over there working out. Look at Judy walking like this.
Look, see, she. Look, I can't like it. So you walk like this. That's right. That's down to the ground.
Man, a massive deficit, Trevor. Massive deficit.
Play Texas. Go back to the old school.
This is crazy. Judy, she the finance chair and didn't catch that $13 million. Judy needs to be gone out that finance chair. Yeah, they done got caught stealing. That's why they over there in front of the lawyer now trying to figure it out. You seen more? Boy, ain't never in his life been up there like that.
Oh, did you catch it and you just didn't nobody else? Which one?
I mean, but look at the play. Oh, I haven't balanced since September. I haven't.
She over there just lying.
They working on that fifth vote. Dennis ain't voting with y'all.
She over there.
Dennis keep telling them no.
She over there what we call in-splaining, ninja-splaining. That's what Judy doing right now. She doing a little ninja-splaining.
Call the meeting of order. Or
remember she was just saying that it's not no debt. That 4.2, she was telling the truth on that. That's about the most truth she said. It's not 4.2. That shit was 13.4. She was 11.2 off.
She was a little off.
Yeah, a lot off.
How long was the recess? Okay, recess over.
Go get on. Let me get my first morning recess.
That's how you. That's how.
You shame on it.
Right.
You couldn't come, or you knew, and just
she over there. Her and this the most the finance chair and the CFO talk to Dennis ain't.
They ain't never talked to Dennis. Why y'all ain't talking to JJ? Oh, they just need a fifth vote. It ain't gonna be Dennis.
Judy over there help me, Dennis.
like this. And then I said, they don't come up. Don't you know that? Are you aware that crossover? Something.
Then she read the statements on how the budget was, whether it was a balanced budget, and she went by the guidelines, by the state.
That's why I read this morning, because where did I find that at? No, Sheldon gave the council that letter. And telling them to cut 500,000
for the fire stuff.
400 for the other one, 33 for the council. And told them that the budget was balanced because if you use the state definition and add the general fund with your revenue, and if it exceeds the expenditures, then you really can't. If I ain't got no money in my checking account, I can't get no money out. But if I add the money up in your checking account, What time we getting out of here? Out the doors. Break over. Recess over. 5 minutes less. Right. Bring the. Oh, she trying to eat. We are too. We hungry as hell.
She said take your phone.
While I'm back here running my damn mouth.
How much power I got? I gotta get some juice.